Chasing the charts under neon skies. Ola Prime's the name where the profits rise. Fingers on the key, strings taking flight. We trade the future, we own the night. Ola Prime, the rhythm of the trade, where the bold and the fearless are made. From London to New York, the thrill's the same.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action, we decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum to London's open surge to New York's high volatility action, we decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond. Markets are...
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Happy Friday.
So.
Good.
Turn up the volume a little.
Good stuff.
We've made it.
How's things going? We made it to another day.
Yeah.
We made it to the end of the week. Not quite yet, but we're almost there.
We've made it. We made it to Christmas for traders, right? With the Jackson Hole coming up.
Yeah.
All the speeches.
So
Yeah, that's today, right? What time is that?
All the lip flapping. It's going to be 9 a.m. Central. That's when Jerome Powell is going to be speaking, I believe. And some good news for everybody watching. So I was on with Paul last night on Quiet Markets, and he said that they're actually going to have the speeches live on their show. So right after our show ends, guys and gals in the chat, I would, if I were you, if you got the time, go watch their commentary during the conference. So that'd be a great treat. I know I'm going to jump on it. So yeah,
nice.
once again, that's it.
Yeah.
9 a.m. Central. But you got Fed. Let's see. You got member Collins speaking at 8 a.m. Central. It's more of a yellow folder, but it's still a speech. And then you got, obviously, Fed Chair Powell at 9 Central. And then you got FOMC member Hammock speaking at 10:30 Central. And then you got President Trump speaking at 11 to kind of round it, or to kind of bring it all home. So interesting order. Have a Trump speak at the end.
I mean, does the president normally speak during the Jackson Hole Symposium? Is that a normal thing?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know that he's there, but maybe they just decided to throw him in after to cuss and discuss what Powell's doing or not doing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'll make for some good TV. Probably a sound bite or 2 or 12.
Or 20.
Good stuff.
Or 20.
Morning, Brenny and Webb. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Usual suspects.
The usual suspects. That's right.
What about you guys? What did you do yesterday?
A hot story with the Fed under pressure. Jerome Powell prepares for a high-stakes speech. Yeah, it's got quite a lot of pressure from Trump. So I don't know. Do you think anything's going to happen in the markets? reaction-wise?
I'm hoping so.
I mean,
this was a poor week.
Yeah. Yeah.
Up a
The
bit.
market reaction. Yeah, because it's not like we've had any big, strong rises or falls in price on anything lately. So, yeah, I mean, that's what I would suspect. Yeah. I would suspect we get some action and then have the weekend to kind of stew over it all, and then, yeah, maybe get some gap ups, gap downs on the Forex market. Who knows? Come into Monday.
Weekend tweets.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you know the news cycle is going to be hustling and bustling. So, yeah, I see next week being a pretty busy, pretty exciting trading week. So we'll see. Sometimes the Jackson Hole causes a lot of volatility. There have been some times it hasn't. I know that the last speech Fed Chair Powell gave last year was like really short. So I know that was a little bit unusual. So we'll see. Let's see how long his speech is. Let's see what color tie he's wearing. Let's see if he has any more gray hairs. And most importantly, let's see what Trump says to round it all out at the end. That'll be interesting. Made for TV, Dave. That's for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Got to get some action going on, man. I have not liked this week at all. I had that one trade on EJ that I broke even on, and that one trade on EG that I got stopped out on. Other than that, no clean setups, nothing even close to setting up. This is a lame week.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah. This has been a great week, really week and a half or 2 weeks to kind of test our patience. So, we should have some more trade setups next week for you, chat. I know it's probably been like watching paint dry or like watching grass grow with the futility we've had this week on trade setups, but that just tends to be the way it is a handful of days or so before a big event like this. So, we should have some more action next week. Yeah. Hello, Tanaka. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, what's up tonight?
Looking at gold, obviously the usual suspects, but I would be surprised, as you guys said, things just start really running sideways until those speeches start rolling out. Yeah, so if it's like that and there's no setups today, then I don't know. Maybe we'll go through our educational segments. Tiger, you were going to show us something a little bit later on, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Just a video on the strangest secret in the world, the one I sent you guys to review. It's only about 10 minutes long. So for everybody in the chat, I highly encourage you to wait till the end. We'll send you off with a little bit of a positive note, a little bit of an inspirational note, which is what this video is going to show. I think you guys will really enjoy it. It's a video that was made back in 1956. So the sounding on it sounds a lot like Richard with his noise canceling AirPods right now. It's kind of interesting. But it's a message from Earl Nightingale. He was a really, really good, positive, inspirational type figure in the middle of last century. So, we'll play that probably a little bit later on, maybe like half hour before the show ends. We'll play that, and then we'll have about 15, 20 minutes before the end of the day to kind of reflect on it, discuss it. But I just thought it'd be something cool to show. I know we touched on it a couple days ago, I believe it was. So really good message. I think it'll make you guys. I think you guys will enjoy it. Really do. Again, it's only about 10 minutes long. But we'll play that a little bit later on for sure.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, good morning,
Martin.
Mike.
Welcome.
Morning. There's all our winners right there.
Mike, did you get all sorted out with your challenge account there? I hope so.
Mike on YT. Yeah, let us know. I did have a couple trades yesterday, believe it or not.
What?
Yeah,
I had
the gold one.
Your session in Paul's session for a quick second yesterday as I was going to sleep, but I passed out.
Okay. Yeah. We put you to sleep, huh? Thanks, Mike.
Nah, I was super tired before I jumped on.
Yeah. No, I got you.
I didn't have a
Yeah,
nap yesterday. Normally I take a nap by the time I get off the stream, but I didn't yesterday. We had some friends come over. We made some wings and some fries and had a mini pool party yesterday. So I didn't get a chance to go to sleep. By the time 7:30 came around, man, I was tired. So at 8 o'clock I jumped on.
Yeah, I was the same, man.
Early bed.
I could not get to sleep to save my life yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I probably finally, because I laid down in my bed probably around 11 something, but I laid there and tossed and turned till probably 1:30, maybe even 2 o'clock. So yeah, I just got like 3 hours of sleep, 3.5 myself, but pretty good nap here just a little bit ago. So ready to roll. Yeah, once in a while I just have those spells where I just can't seem to fall asleep. And I'm afraid to take melatonin because then I'll never wake up.
So then you'll miss the session.
Exactly. Damned if I do, damned if I don't.
And maybe wake up Monday.
Yeah. So, but anyway, yeah, I took that gold trade that we had on stream. I closed it out, I think, right after for a profit. And then I took another short sell on I think it was the dollar yen. If I remember right. That one I meant to get in. Let me double check that. Yeah, the dollar yen.
It was an accident that you got in yesterday. I think you fat fingered something yesterday.
Yeah, it was the gold trade.
The gold trade, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, back in. So go ahead and move on over to my chart.
That's Solo Muzi.
We'll take a look.
What's the name? I think they was trying to ask you about AJ. They meant to say gold.
Oh, maybe that's okay. Yeah, he was saying that. I'm like, I mean, I was eyeballing one or two Aussie pairs, but that might have been it. Well, I had went over it early on in the stream yesterday too, but yeah, as soon as you get my chart back up, I'll go over these couple trades real quick just to kind of recap it. Let me see here. XAU USD and then dollar yen. So yeah, on that XAU trade, so I was just sitting here minding my own business, and I decided to pre-build that trade into my table over here. And I think I got it confused with I have another broker where I have another challenge account, and I hit submit thinking I was on the other one, meaning on the other one, when you click trade or click finish, it asks you if you are you sure you want to place this trade. So I just had my wires crossed, and so yeah, I got in this trade a little earlier than I wanted. Let me see here. Yeah, I got in even. Well, it's funny. I got in before it even hit my demand zone. So I got in right here on this candle, right here, and but yeah, then it finally did drop down. It bounced into my zone, and then it got real close to my stop loss.
Yeah.
How do you measure? Is that called pips? Is that pipettes in XAU USD as well? Is that the same thing? 0.09. So yeah, stupidly close, but then it just totally reversed on me and went the other way. So this was a 1 hour. Yeah, I'm on my 1 minute time frame now, but this is a 1 hour supply zone. So I just basically got out just ahead of it right here on this candle. I didn't want to fool with that 1 hour just in case it turned around and I back the other way, but turns out it didn't. Right. Just kind of chewed through. But yeah, it's fine. I just basically took what the market gave me, not trying to be greedy, especially on a trade that I actually won on. Now I would have probably still gotten in this trade down here, but yeah, it's just the hilarity of the fact that I clicked submit by mistake. So why can't all brokers just be the same? All the order screens, right? So yeah, that was a
Mike was saying,
nice one.
unfortunately, he did not get set up, so we don't support the Philippines just yet. So you might just enjoy the content. That's a little bit of bad news. Sorry
Oh,
to hear that, Mike. I'm sure at some stage it'll be sorted out. Must be some sort of, I don't know, rules in various countries between each other. Who knows? Yeah, that sucks a little bit.
that's a good thought.
Web went long the euro dollar at 1.15877. The market is really slow. Yeah, we're
1.1580.
probably going to be rather slow today. Maybe have a
Yeah.
look there, Tiger.
Yeah, we'll look at that in here in just a second. I'm just writing down the number there. 1.1587. Okay. So yeah, I'll just go over this dollar Japanese real quick, and then yeah, we'll flip over to euro dollar for web. So on the euro dollar, so we saw yesterday, this was after it ended. So on a 5-minute time frame, this was a 5-minute supply zone. So right before we got off of the stream, it actually kind of bounced into that zone. Well, turned around and went down, and then kind of reversed right here when we had the data come out for that would have been the unemployment claims number. So the unemployment claims number came at 30, whipped down, and then in the process, down to a 5-minute, it created a 5-minute supply zone right here. So I've already had a bounce from this supply up here, price pushed down. So I was basically looking to kind of jump into that momentum that this supply zone created above. So almost like, I mean, I don't know, Michael, you tell me, does this kind of qualify as a little bit of a head and shoulders? I don't know. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm squinting my eyes too hard, but
Yeah, I don't.
but either way, maybe not. But either way, the reason I felt good about it is because when price bounced into that higher up zone there, obviously I had higher highs, but I had lower highs on the RSI, so that was some negative divergence, right? So that made me feel pretty good about this move down. So I thought, okay, well, I'll just wait and see what price does when it gets back up to this little 5-minute zone. And so, yeah, very similar to gold. I kind of observed this higher time frame demand zone below. So got into this trade right here, went into my favor, kind of retraced, clipped the 1-minute candle, the 1-minute supply candle, and that's where ultimately it fell to its death, which I caught it for a profit. So, but yeah, same thing. I just wanted to buy to cover just ahead of the demand zone, and I'm glad I did because, as you can see, price totally reversed right after and went back up. So just a quick little scalpy scalp on the dollar yen and the XAU USD. So it was a pretty good day for me. A couple trades. It's not very often I get into 2 trades in a day, but yesterday just happened to be one of those days. So, yeah, I think $60 bucks and $94 on the ladder. Smaller risk.
Yeah.
Let's go take a look at the euro dollar. So euro dollar actually fell off of my bullish bias, I think. So after the data shook out yesterday, if you guys remember, euro dollar was giving me a bullish score of a 5. Well, quite a difference a day makes. After all that data came out yesterday, euro dollar dropped all the way to a +1. So it's now officially neutral as far as the fundamentals. But technically,
and the pound dollar,
technical,
just for interest,
pound dollar is a 0, so it's neutral as well.
0.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, they do follow each other really closely, right? So.
Yeah, they're typically pretty close together. So anyway, yeah. So you went long 1587, I think it was 1.1587. Go take a look here. 587. I like it. I like it, Webb. Looks like you've kind of bounced off this 4-hour demand zone right here. I'm going to get rid of these zones up here because those ones were old news.
Nice.
All right, so 1.1587. Let's draw that up there real quick. 1.1587. All right, look at that.
Yeah.
Somebody's been jumping into some demand zones. Webb, I like it. I actually.
And the previous move higher looks like a 5-wave sequence as well, so that could mean that it potentially some sort of corrective structure into that demand zone you got there.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out why I didn't have a. Oh, yeah, that's why I didn't. So I was more interested in this area down here. I mean, that's a great zone. Yeah, I just think I just kind of personally got a little scared off just because it's in the middle of the Hungarian flag when you're looking at the context of the higher time frames, the curve analysis. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I would have still gotten into that trade. I would have just probably dropped the risk a little bit. Just looking at let me see here. Yeah, I mean, it was okay volume. It didn't really have anything to, knock your socks off when it comes to that leg out candle. But it's not a bad spot. And let me see what happened when price entered that zone. Of course, we're obviously early on in the European session, so not really a ton of volume yet, but the volume kind of picked up right in here, kind of on the way out of that zone. So that's not a bad trade. Hell, let's see here. I'm trying to decide if I wanted to maybe even get in off of this little zone bounce. Possibly. I don't know. Might be a good opportunity. I'm going to keep an eye on that one for the next few minutes. But I like it, Webb. Let's see. As far as a profit target, yeah, I don't know how wide your stop loss is, but you might run into a little bit of obviously a bounce in this area here. You got a lot of congestion there. Not really a ton of volume, though, so I could see it kind of piercing through that. If I'm looking at a higher time frame, so I'm on a 1-hour chart right now, you might just be aware of this little supply zone right here. Just know that you could expect at least a bounce because there's obviously a sharp drop, and then you had some pretty good volume in that area with these candles. So, just be careful. If you can get a move up to that point, you might consider taking some profits, or maybe even take half your profit, bring your stop loss up, and let the other half run. But, yeah, I can't complain to you about that. That's a pretty good spot. Learning from the best, Coach Tiger. Well, I wouldn't say I'm the best. I might be the silliest or most entertaining, but
hey, man. Pat yourself on the back.
Yeah.
There we go.
No, but thanks for that heads up, Webb. Let me see here. I'm just wanting to see if I'm getting any divergence on this RSI down here. Nothing really on a 30, a 15. Let's do this. Yeah, so not really any divergence there. That's old news. Let's look one more time. 30. Yeah, a little bit higher of a time frame, but let's see what this looks like here. Okay. Little bit from here to here. It's obviously going down, but this is trying to work its way back around. So we'll see. What about a smaller time frame? I'm really kind of interested in that at the moment. Go back in here. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Let's have a quick look at that after the news. We're going to switch to the news right now.
Holy cow. Time flies.
Which is brought to you, as usual. Yeah, no worries. We got some other questions in the chat as well. We'll address them when we get back from the news. So over to you, Tiger. Take it away.
Sounds good. What's going on, Forex Fire fam? Let's get those charts fired up. Maybe grab a strong cup of coffee or whatever you want to drink. because we got a full market debrief that's hotter than a server CPU during a high-frequency trading algo meltdown. Yesterday was like watching a financial soap opera where everyone was waiting for the main character, Jerome Powell, to finally reveal the paternity test results. It's also a bit like the entire market is waiting for the school principal to get on the intercom. The US dollar decided to put on its big boy pants and strut around like it owned the place, while just about every other major currency was left asking, well, what about me? Well, let's break it down, starting with the star of the show, the greenback. The Dixie, that classic dollar index, did hit its highest level since early August. It's basically having a look at me moment, fueled by traders getting a little case of cold feet about those aggressive Fed rate cuts everyone was betting on. The probability of a September cut dipped as well from an 82% all the way down to a 75%. And that's again on the CFE FedWatch tool. So why the cold feet? Well, the economic data gave us a serious mixed signal. It was the ultimate, he's just not that into you, but he texted you at 2 a.m. moment. On one hand, the S&P Global PMI numbers were absolutely flexing. The manufacturing PMI jumped back into growth territory, smashing expectations. It's like that friend who shows up to the gym after a month off and immediately starts benching their body weight. But then, on the other hand, jobless claims rose to an 8-week high, suggesting the labor market might be that same friend the next day complaining about being sore and needing a nap. This left the Fed officials themselves sounding like a divided boy band. Cleveland Fed President Hammack was basically singing the hawkish power ballad, saying she doesn't see a case for cuts. Meanwhile, though, Chicago's Goolsby and Boston's Collins were harmonizing a more dovish pop tune, keeping the door wide open for a September cut. You can't make this stuff up. Now, this dollar strength put everyone else in the financial penalty box. Let's talk about the Japanese yen, which is having a tougher time than a screen door on a submarine. It drifted lower for a second day, which is extra weird because we actually got some decent inflation data from Japan. Their core inflation reading, which strips out the wild prices of, designer tuna and unicorn eggs, actually ticked higher. You'd think that would be a good thing for the yen, right? Well, it put pressure on the Bank of Japan to hike rates, but the market is utterly confused about when they might actually do it. This uncertainty combined with the dollar's muscle show sent the USD JPY currency pair on a rocket ride, breaking out of its cage above the 148 level. The path of least resistance looks higher, possibly aiming for the 149 handle. Yikes. The Aussie and Kiwi dollars were also getting tossed around like socks in a dryer. The Aussie dollar US dollar pair is sulking near a 2-month low. It got no love from its own data, and traders are now betting the RBA might just say forget it and go for a bigger 50-point cut later this year. So the Kiwi, New Zealand dollar US dollar pair, got a direct punch from its own central bank, the RBNZ. They did cut rates and then basically said, and we're probably going to do that again and maybe again. It's trading with a serious sad trombone sound effect around the 0.5805 level. Even the precious metals, the so-called safe havens, couldn't safe haven their way out of this one. Gold is down for a second day, clinging to support around the $3,325 per troy ounce level, like it's the last raft on the Titanic. Without any yield, gold just sulks when the dollar gets strong. Silver is also looking a bit tarnished, trading around $28.10. Over in the stock market, it was a bit of a rough session. The major indices closed in the red, with Walmart taking a whopping 4.5% nosedive after missing earnings for the first time since 2022. Nothing says consumer fatigue like a disappointing Walmart trip, am I right? But it wasn't all doom and gloom. The British pound was like, I'm British, I've seen worse, and found some support. Why? Because UK inflation came in hotter than expected, and their PMI data was strong. This has traders thinking the Bank of England might just keep its rate cut powder dry for a while longer. So British pound US dollar currency pair is holding its ground a bit better, steady around the 1.341 level. The euro, however, is softening a bit against the mighty dollar, and in the wild world of commodities, oil prices are being held up by the oldest support in the book, geopolitical drama. Hopes for a Russia-Ukraine peace deal are fading faster than my motivation on a Friday afternoon. So that risk premium is sticking around, keeping WTI steady around the $83.40 per barrel level. So what's the bottom line? The entire market is basically sitting in a giant movie theater. The popcorn is getting cold, and we're all just waiting for the feature, Fed Chair Powell's speech at Jackson Hole this afternoon. This is the event that will either make this week's dollar rally do a victory lap or send it straight to the shadow realm. So for all you traders out there, make sure your stops are set and your risk is managed, because this speech could be the catalyst for the next big move. That's all the time we have for the pre-show. Get ready for the rest of the stream. Last thing I will say is just the quick note on the times. So yeah, like I mentioned earlier, we do have Fed Chair Powell speaking at 10 a.m. New York City time. That's Eastern Standard Time. That's the main thing. But yeah, it's just a long day of lip flapping sessions from all the governors. So strap in and just be careful today. It should make for a wild ride. So back to you guys.
If that wasn't the most entertaining,
that was seriously entertaining. That was really good, bro.
Well, gotta liven it up a little bit.
dude, that was the best.
Waiting for the principal on the intercom. What I need to go into this at the principal's office.
Yeah. There was so many jokes in there, I forget them. Like, seriously, that was really good. That was really good.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
Well, this stuff can be boring, right? You got to dress it up a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I had a good little chuckle here on the side. That's for sure.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right.
Hey, Nev, how's it going? Welcome to the news network for traders. Yeah. That was really well
done. Good stuff. Oh, what we got here? TP. Oh, Webb put on his take profit. Okay. Let's see. Euro dollar. So you went long there. 1587. The market is really so short trade. The TP is at 116.08. Oh, okay. So you're just taking a little ride up to the right before the little congestion. Yeah, that's not bad. I'd be interested, Webb, in how much, like maybe where your stop loss is too, just so we can take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is pretty well where he's at, 1.1608. Look at that. I missed it by 2 pips. Take profit there. Obviously, the green down here, you got in right on that demand zone, so that's great. Take profit ahead of this little area here. I like it. Yeah, let's find out where your stop loss is, Webb. I mean, I would assume it's going to be somewhere in this area here. But, yeah, either way, that's not a bad trade. Yeah, not really a whole lot to say on that. I mean, you know, euro dollar, again, yesterday it was bullish sentiment. I mean, I would still prefer to buy this market rather than sell, especially with all these little demand zones coming in here. Now, the only thing I could see maybe going against it is kind of rolling over. So you had this low point. You did start trending up. Then it went sideways, and now it is starting to roll over. So, yeah, there again, that's why I say it's a great zone to get in on. I just wouldn't bet on price to just keep going and going up. So, yeah, if you can catch you a handful of pips, not a bad little trade, man. Not a bad little trade. As far as my setups, guys and gals, the only thing, let's see. So, again, euro dollar dropped off. So, Nikkei is still number one. Silver, gold. That's my top 3 bullish assets at the moment. 766. On the flip side, the bearish, still oil at -11, dollar Japanese yen at -6, dollar Swiss franc -6. So those 3 are the same. Euro pound is back on the board for a -5, and then CAD Swiss is now on the board for a -5. So that's it. Those are going to be the 8 main things I'm keeping my eyeballs on today for myself. So
Nice.
Nikkei gold silver, I'll just run through real quick. Nikkei. So this one jumped. So I was, oh man, yeah, I was on stream last night and I missed out on this one, of course. Or no, that's right. I was having issues with my link. So yeah, this was a 4-hour demand within a daily demand. Let me just go down to 1 minute. Yeah, this thing jumped in real fast and ran off and left me. Just barely touched that zone. Look at that. And then it went screaming. So, you know, by the time I saw this, it was already up in this area. So didn't want to chase it, right? Be breaking my rules if I did, expanding that RR. So, would have been a decent idea, though, because it did keep going. But, yep, ran off and left me. It said, Nobby, you missed me. You go find something.
Maybe
Well,
next
that's what your
time.
girlfriend said. She shouldn't run off and leave you, did she?
No, my girlfriend would never do that. Would never do that. I don't know. Maybe I could take a look at this little 5-minute area. Be doing a little more scalping today, gents. I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of long-term stuff because everything's going to probably change after the, after the speeches and such. So, and maybe take a look at that area. I think I'm going to delete that since that's old news. Really, I think I'm only going to be interested in this little zone if I can get at least a close above this area here, just to show a little bit of strength before coming back down. Now, obviously, it probably ain't going to happen until the speeches start happening, which in case I'll definitely be passing on that. So yeah, it's going to be slim pickings today because all those speeches are going to start hitting us hard here in about another 5-6 hours or so. So, but it's possible if I keep an eye on the 5-minute and the 1 minute, we might get a pullback to there. So I'm just going to throw on a little alert right there. Since the Nikkei is the strongest bullish asset I have at the moment. So there we go. We'll just throw that there. See what happens if and when price returns before all the speeches happen.
Right.
Gold and silver, and that'll round out the bullish items. Yeah, I don't think a whole lot's changed. We had a pretty nice drop during the Asian session, as you can see. I believe 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it just made a straight V without really basing. So it's just basically the same as just like a wick down, right? A wick down, wick up. I don't know. What's a 1 minute look like if we're feeling real froggy? Yeah, not really a whole lot of stuff in that area. Probably just going to skip gold for now. Maybe wait on some higher time frame.
I see the camel again.
The camel. Oh yeah, there's the camel.
Yeah.
There's my camel. There's my friend.
Hey, how's it going?
Can we just talk about how perfect I made the forearm and the head? I feel like that was pretty good. I actually gave my arm a little definition there. How about that? But yeah, I don't think I'm interested in gold unless we drop down to those couple levels I was talking about really the last week or so. Got the higher time frame demand. I do have a 5-minute demand up here, which actually, guys, I like it a lot better. I'm going to show you how strong this thing looks. Go zoom into this. Yeah, so this again is the 4-hour demand, all this over here. But right here, look at that. That's pretty strong looking right there. Last red candle down before all that volume started picking up. It's just ahead of the 3,300 level. So I ended up setting my alert up here just ahead of that 5-minute. And I think I might pretty much, depending on how price enters that short little narrow zone. It's very skinny. It's very narrow. But if it doesn't give me any major volume like I prefer to see, then I'm just going to incorporate this whole thing as a level on top of a level and then put my stop loss down here. Now, if for some reason price comes in and just gets smacked really hardcore the other way, the volume picks up, maybe 3x, 4x as far as the candles, compared to the recent ones at that point, then I might get crazy and just put in a stop loss below just the 5-minute demand and see if I can't just scalp it a little bit on the way up. But we'll see. That's definitely the aggressive way to do it. But the conservative way would be obviously to incorporate that 4-hour zone. That makes sense.
Right.
Or I think that was a 4-hour. Yeah, the 4-hour. So obviously on the higher time frame, when in doubt, zoom out. Well, clearly that's obviously the better looking zone. Till you whip out your magnifying glass and go down and start burning ants with the sun, right? So we'll see how that works. That's gold. Let's take a look at silver. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see here. Yeah, silver. All right, daily, 4-hour. Nah. It kind of bounced. Let me turn off my master pattern. So it pretty much respected this area as a demand zone, even though I don't really like the long wicks like this before, moving in the opposite direction. But worked out. It don't care what I think. Let's see what a 1-hour looks like. The proper move would have been this 1-hour demand right here. That would have probably been but at this point, it's kind of already bounced into the congestion since it bounced in and raised up. So I don't know. Maybe there could be some unfilled orders here, but I think this is the better looking area down here on a 1-hour. So if I incorporate I've already got it drawn up. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 basing candles, really good volume. That's where I need to be. That's where I need to probably be keeping an eye out. Now, getting a little more aggressive, coming down to this more recent leg up. My gosh. Oh, I've got 2 alerts set on here. Look at me going crazy. See, I got all these alerts now. I got like 100 alerts. So I'm using a lot now. I'm going crazy. I'm binging on alerts, guys.
You get the 100 alert package.
Yeah, I did. I don't think I told you guys. But yeah, I did increase my package the other day. So yeah, I got that, and I've got the ability now. Yeah, so I've got that's right. I forgot I was telling Paul about it the other day. But I also have the ability to do 4 charts at once. So this actually helped me out on like 2 or 3 or maybe 4 other setups I was watching after our stream ended yesterday. I had this chart on a 1 minute. I had this chart on a 5 minute. I think I had this chart on a 15. And then I had this chart on a 30. So I just wanted, because I was keeping an eye on euro dollar. I was trying to get in euro dollar yesterday, but I missed the first turn. It looked like it was going to be a V, Michael. So I ignored it.
Oh.
And it started shooting up like crazy. I'm like, that would have been the time I would have wanted to take the V. But it turned around and reversed and made a W. Well, I guess I could just show the chart. I guess that would make sense. The euro.
I
think it was euro dollar.
I want to see it because I would go. Don't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it did turn right around and make that second leg.
Yeah, I believe this is it. Let's see, what time is this? 10 a.m. Yeah. So price had come down. Now further to the left, that's a demand zone, all the way over here. So it's right in this area here. But yeah, price came down, and I didn't really get the kind of volume I wanted to see. But then I was getting ready right here. I was starting to see the RSI kind of on a microscopic level try to turn the corner, diverge a little bit. But I waited around because that just wasn't enough information for me. And then it popped up to here. I was like, dang it. It had popped at like 15 pips. Thought, oh, it's going to the moon now. I've missed it. But then it came back down and made a double bottom. So I was like, oh, okay. Maybe I can get in right in this area somewhere. That was kind of what I was thinking. But I didn't jump in because I just didn't see the volume picking up the way I like to see it. And let's see here. I don't think it really did a whole lot after that. So I think ultimately I made the right decision. Yeah, because it only really went up about 10, 15 pips after that. So, yeah, I ultimately made the right decision. And that's all because this guy named Michael taught me about the other side of the W.
You gotta wait.
You heard of him?
Just wait.
Have you heard of this guy,
Just
Richard?
wait.
He knows a thing or two.
Who that Michael guy? Yeah,
Yeah.
I've heard about him.
Yeah, so just looking at it on a 5-minute, probably looks a little. Is that? No, that's the wrong spot. Yeah, it was right here. Yeah, this was it pretty much. Yeah. Here's the 5-minute. So it looks a little better on the 5-minute. Down. I missed that initial move up. Then I thought, well, crap. And then of course it bounced into this little bit of a basing action to the left. I wouldn't call that necessarily supply, but it acted like a supply because it stopped it in its tracks, and then it just here it is down here. No, that's not it. Where is that price at? Thursday. Oh, that's Thursday morning. Oh, it's right here. I'm sorry. Yeah, so this is the 15-minute down here. Yeah, I guess you could say that that's enough to qualify it as a spot where it'll get smacked around a little bit. And sure enough, it did. It just came back and kind of died off. So, yeah, that's what I mean, ladies and gents, when I say I got to see the volume. If I don't see the volume picking up, whether I'm entering on the right side of the W, right side of the V, or wherever, it's got to have the volume pick up. And I didn't see it, so it kept me safe. And plus, that was kind of getting close to the lunchtime doldrums anyway, right? So it was, that was ultimately why I decided to skip this and ignore it, because it started to get lunchtime in New York City, and so everything died off.
Yeah. And this morning's going to be like that too.
Yeah.
You can already see
it's going to be a lot like that. A lot like that. So thanks, Michael. I appreciate it.
Of course. I heard you and Paul talking about it yesterday, that half the back for a quick second. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. Michael's like, I feel so proud, like a proud father.
I do. I had a tear come to my
eye. The only other couple items,
you guys mentioned, it's just one of those things where it's easy to miss that, like super easy to miss that, right? And it can be called whatever it want to be called, right? Like, again, I only call it a half a back because that's what my mentor said it was called. That's what he named it. But we can name it whatever we want. It's about identifying the fact that that first leg and that second leg are not around the same area, right? So you got to come up with something else for that. It needs one more qualifier, as you would say, Tiger.
No, I like it. No, I mean, I don't think I really got. Well, I think they might have taught that to us in the academy I went to, but it wasn't really a point of emphasis. Because like when I listen to my guy Sam Seiden talk about supply and demand, the way he explains it is, as long as you're avoiding the chop zone, the supply and demand zones within where the retail traders are kind of chopping each other up, and you focus more on the institutional zones, which pushes price through all of it to begin with, you should theoretically just be able to put a limit order on and just buy as soon as it hits that zone. So that's just what I always did. But yeah, it's just like anything else. You get taught one thing, you still want to go try other things. It's like we were talking, I think last night, maybe after you went to bed, but we were talking about, me and Paul was like, we can explain to you until we're blue in the face, as far as being careful with your risk, using stop losses and all this and all that. But ultimately, you got to kind of go and fall on your face at the end of the day. And blowing an account is kind of like a rite of passage, right? It's almost like a given. You got to blow an account, whether it's a challenge account, whether it's your own cash account, whatever the case is, just to completely understand what it feels like when you touch the oven, right? As far as burning yourself. So that's what we're here for. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just kind of got to learn lessons on your own. Then you can come back and be like, that guy was right. That guy was correct. I should have did this.
Like, now I see why you say that. Like, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah, just finish
get over to me really. If we can get over to me really quick, I think I got something in the next 4 minutes.
Oh yeah, jump on it.
All right. While we switch over to Michael, we just got word again. We'll be giving away another 5K challenge account today. So another freebie for you guys that are interested in winning today's challenge account. Again, as always, you need to follow 3 very important steps. First one being subscribing to Hola Prime TV and Ola Prime Global accounts, right? And on the Instagram handle. Comment during this live session like you're doing right now. Please make sure that your email's linked to your YouTube bio so we can actually get hold of you with your account details. If you haven't won before, or you're new to these sessions, we are giving a 5K account away generally around about 6 a.m. Central. So that's about, an hour after our break. And please, if you're interested in winning that today, make sure you do follow those steps. We'll be picking a winner based on completed all those steps, right? So do stay tuned and good luck. Hopefully today you're going to be our next winner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
cool.
yes.
What you want?
Got a few people jump on. Edgar, good morning. Nicholas, good morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Cool. So let's see what we got here. We got 2 minutes on this. This is why I love to have these already drawn up, right? Because we can kind of see that this is pretty much what we were looking for. We got this level 2 long.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
What's it, US 30? Cool.
Yeah, this is US 30. I don't think you guys get see me trade US 30 before.
I don't think so.
We
No,
got this.
Can't wait. Can't wait, Michael.
5,200 cross here. Now, obviously, this W is not exactly a W. It's more of that half a bat, right, that we always draw, that we were just speaking of, right? But it's more of a move that looks like this. First leg down here, have it close up. Second leg's all the way up here, right? And as long as we can get a close above, let me zoom in. I got a minute on this, so I can explain really quick. As long as we get a close above this area here, we'll be good to go, right? So I'll grab half the position right here, then I'll wait for the pullback on the second position for about here. And let's see, this might end up turning into a scalp, like Tiger said, because we got all of these speeches going on today. So I will not be holding this for forever. And today's Friday, so. But I like this.
I'm not even looking at 4 hour zones today or 1 hour. It's just all about 5 minutes.
I don't blame you.
Same here, yeah. Going into the weekend as well, right? It's like, nah.
Yep. So I'm gonna put my
turned us
stop
swing
around,
traders into scalpers today.
Right around here looks like 44,650. 44,650, and I'll just put half my position on once this candle closes, which it just did. So,
Hey,
bang! Are we in here? Yes, we are. We are in here. All right. So going long, and then what I want to do is I want to put an alert here. Whoops! Why is not? I know what's happening. I gotta do it over here or something. So I want to put an alert here. Cool. Then I'll say this is where my second position is. Right. Obviously, this may or may not get picked up, but I'm going to do it anyway. In fact, I'm going to put a pending on here. I like this setup. So this pending is at 44,870. Let's see. Let me go back here. Like, I don't know about you, but my watch list thing is still like off. It's the funniest thing.
Oh, really? Well, mine got back to normal the next day. So yesterday morning, it was back.
Man, that's so strange. I actually had to go
So yours
find
is
this instead of it already being there.
yeah, because I didn't do anything different the next day. I just woke up, turned my computer on, turned my broker on, and it was working fine again. I figured
So
yours must
crazy.
have reset. So you still have a blank watch list?
Well, I added a few, but yeah.
Oh,
44,650.
Wow, how did that happen? That's weird.
I have no idea. I have
Oh, yeah,
no
we talked
idea.
about this
well,
yesterday. Yeah.
yeah.
What's that?
Well, you might have. Guess you might have to hit the chat. GUI tree or yeah, the chat
Michael,
GUI. No, you don't.
will you leave? What you going to do during the speeches? Are you going to hold on to that trade if it's not moved yet?
Hell no. I'm
Or
probably gonna. I'm more than likely. I'm
yeah,
like 99% of this closing this before we even get jump off the stream. I'm certain of that.
yeah.
40.
He said,
So the
"Not,
TP
not
is
no,
good.
but hell no."
Nah, hell
Mm.
no. I'm not getting stuck. I already took a loss this week on EG. Nah, I'm not risking anything extra. 45, 285.
Good.
45,
Yeah, that's a good.
285.
It's a good mindset right there.
Scores. Good morning.
Because
Good morning.
it'd be too easy. Too easy to revenge trade after that, right?
Yep. Yep. I
Nope.
already took that loss again, as I said, on EG. And yeah, I'm not trying to. I'm gonna be red this week no matter what. It's seeming like that was I put my full position on that trade.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna be red this week no
Yep.
matter what. Luckily, last week you
Oh,
guys seen that EU trade that really made my month, to be honest. But yeah, this
Yeah,
week,
yeah,
yeah.
no,
yeah.
it's not looking good at all. And I only
It
had two
happens.
trades. I had that
That's the
one trade
reality,
on
right?
EJ that didn't work out. I waited a whole day and it still didn't do anything, right? It ended up would have stopped me
All
out
right.
because we took this trade
Hmm.
back here, right?
Yeah.
Luckily, it got over here, and I was able to move my stop loss to break even. But as you see, this would have definitely took me out, right? Then we had that crazy EG trade that has still gone the other way. I took this
Oh, I
trade right here, short,
forgot. I need to.
right? So yeah, I'm looking. This is a red week, but it's fine. As I always say, I don't, and obviously I care. So when I say this, say it. I'm saying it the right way. I care about my process. That's what's most important. Me having a red week or a green week is simply me following my process. That's just really what it is.
Yeah.
So
Focus on the
no
process
matter
and
what,
not the
that
money, right?
yeah,
Yep.
and it seems like an oxymoron. Like, wait, well, I thought we were here to make the money. Yeah, that's true, but the money comes after you get the process down pat. That's how it works,
Hmm.
right? Tiger's going to bring up something later on today with the strangest secret in the world, right? He talks about that's like the farmer saying, "Give me my harvest, and then I'll plant the seed." Like, no, it's the
Right.
other way around,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, sure.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those
That's
things
true.
where process over everything, and I actually love that part, right? So yeah, yeah, we
Laying
had that
foundation.
one. Well, yeah, got to. It's the most important part,
Better
right?
go
So
find the video.
yeah, definitely want to see what this turns out to be. No matter what, 100% I'm closing this trade before anything happens. So I'm gonna just set my alerts on these just in case. You guys know I like to just set my 4 indicator alerts of where I am. And
Mm-hmm.
my left nostril is a little stopped up. So if y'all hear me sounding funny, that's why.
Oh,
I don't even know.
all that pool time.
It had to be something. My nostril was stopped.
Chlorine.
Left nostril was stopped.
Yep, the chlorine got you.
Yep. Yeah, yesterday my daughter,
was,
she loves to help me get the leaves out of the pool. It's never many because there's no trees over the pool, but one of the
oh, it froze up. You still there, Tom?
Oh, maybe I messed that up. I was testing the share sound
what happened?
feature on the share. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Can you hear me?
you.
Oh,
Yeah.
I probably did that.
No, I doubt
I
it.
was
I think
clicking.
he just froze.
Oh, he just happened to do it right when I did that. Okay. Okay.
No,
Yeah, Michael.
it's probably the Starlink thing again. You may haven't
Yeah.
heard from Elon in quite a while, so
It's been about
he's fixing
it's been
Starlink.
about 8 or 9 days. Been about 8 or 9 days, right? He was due.
Yeah.
I think it was Wednesday last week or something, or Thursday maybe, and then Wednesday the week before. It seems to be the middle part of the week.
Cool.
Elon just taking it out and throwing some WD-40 on it right there in Mexico for him.
Yeah, for sure.
Get it nice and shiny. Yeah, we'll get.
Do you want to
We'll
maybe
get him back on.
switch to my screen in the meantime while we wait for Michael?
I'm back. Can you guys hear me okay?
He's
Yeah.
back. All right, let's stay with you.
Yeah, stay with me.
There you go.
All right, I'll go where I left off at.
Stay with you.
I don't know what part of that you guys heard, but I was saying we were cleaning the pool yesterday.
Right before your alert.
And,
Yeah.
the net, the pole broke, and my daughter, she's helping me. She loves helping me clean the pool, and she's saying, she said, "Oh, Papa, it broke. How are we gonna clean the pool now?" We thought it was so cute. So I had to run to the pool store and get a whole new pole cleaner thing, and she's like, "We have a new one." So I got some pictures of her cleaning the pool yesterday.
Oh, that's nice. Well, you're in Mexico.
We'll
You can
contribute
break
a little bit, right?
You're in Mexico. You can break the child labor laws.
Right. The girl loves helping clean the pool.
Nice.
She'll be
That's
inside and see me outside cleaning the pool, and she's like, "I have to go help Papa clean the pool." I'm like, "Girl."
How old is she now?
She's still 2. She'll be 3 in November.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's very young.
Already doing chores. That's nice. That's cool. Cool story.
Yeah. So yeah, you're probably right. That is probably why my nose is stopped up. I'm like, what in the world is going on?
Chlorine. Yeah, I know it does that to me sometimes. Chlorine.
Michael?
Yep.
Got a question here from Mike on YT, if you don't mind. While you've got your screen on there.
Question about process. How do you tell if a strat process over the long term, if it has not been profitable long term to calibrate the strategy? Do you stay static with the process or revamp the strategy? That's a good one. I'm gonna say in the beginning, it's actually hard. It's one of the hardest things to tell, right? Because you can have risk management, you can have psychology, you can have every piece to it, but if you don't have edge, none of this will happen for you, right? And it's really hard to tell.
For sure.
Like, how can you really measure edge? Like, wait, does my strategy have edge? Like, how can you tell, right? And there's a bunch of different answers for this, right? Like, some people like back test, journal, I don't know, but check the data. But in my personal opinion, yes, you need the back test, right? Because I want to see this work in the past so I can have some level of confidence, right, that this works in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say it's going to give me all of my confidence, right? But to some degree, it should start to give you some confidence that this works. Or like, yeah, I see that. Oh, yeah, I do notice that it does that when it does that. Or whatever they may look like, right? So I would say that would be like level 1. And then level 2 would be live trading, right? Live trading that same strategy or same process. So, right, so you did the back test. All right, it looks good. Check. Move on to the next one. Now let's test this thing in the real market, right? It's like being in a simulator. And I guess when you first learn to drive, right? Like you got that fake little simulator thing, and then you get to go into the actual car and the track, right? If you took driver's ed, that is.
When the nerves actually start all flaring up a little bit. Real money different than trading sim or looking at stuff that's been back tested, right? Completely different ball game.
Yep. And then lastly
hard
will be that last step, in my opinion, which would be the trading. So when you talk about revamping it or refining that strategy, now that you crossed off those first two, for sure, that's where you want to make sure you're, tracking that data at this point, because that's how you can really tell, like, once the revamp comes in. Because there'll be times where it's like, hey, this is working out great, but it's like, you know what, I need to change this little piece or change that little piece. And you won't really know that until you really start tracking it in real time. Right. So, I say that 3-step: back test, live test, and journaling, so you can track the data, tagging your trades.
Yep. The hard right edge game, right? Great way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, just scroll back.
Says, where in Mexico are you? I'm in it's a town called Puerto Morelos. It's about 20 minutes from Cancun. So basically Cancun.
Did you get much wind from that hurricane?
What was that, Tiger?
Did you get much storm from that hurricane, or did it miss you?
Nah, we didn't feel
hurricane.
Okay. Yeah, not anything.
I wasn't sure if it made it. I wasn't sure if it made it to you or not. Yeah, looking at the map, it looked like the eastern coast got quite lucky. So, yeah, just curious on.
Yeah, a lot of the times the storms that come through here will totally miss us. Like, it's something to do with, I don't even know what to call it, but by the time the storms come from like the Bahamas and come towards us, once it gets closer, it either goes to the left or to the right. It hardly ever hits us directly. Now, I do get some of the remnants. Never really bad.
Lucky.
Yeah. Over the last 30 years, though, this town did have like 2 big, really big storms, actually. One of them was so big, it was called Hurricane Beulah, something like that. It actually knocked over attempted to knock over the lighthouse. And to this day, that's actually our staple. Like, we have a lighthouse that's kind of leaning, but it never failed. So like here, that's one of our iconic symbols, is to see the leaning lighthouse. It's the storm that tried to knock us down, but it couldn't. So it's kind of iconic.
Leaning Tower of Lighthouse.
Yeah, I'll see if I show a picture. But I see no Steve narrator say, Mr. Kelly, I told you gold was going to hit below 33.30. Yeah, I remember you called it yesterday. Great job. I hope you shorted it. I was saying if it goes the other way, I'm just not taking it. Yeah. I'm not taking it. I don't want to be short and gold right about now. Period. I'll just let you guys get the piece of that pie. You guys can have it. Right.
And then we got Tanaka asking, what's your view on WTI when you have some time? Michael, I can also have a look at it a little bit later. Well, I'm looking at it right now, and it's like I don't really want to be looking.
Coach Michael's favorite asset, Tanaka. How nice of you to ask Michael about his favorite trading asset.
Exactly. Yeah, this is my favorite child right here, right? Just love him.
Gotta love it.
I'm gonna erase all of this. Yeah, so I will be more long than short. Reason being is we just got that 5,200 cross there. Right. This is kind of going, like, if you guys can catch this, right at the what I always draw out. Right. We got the 1350 cross. So we know in level 1. L1 long. Right, and then we just got this fresh cross on this, so that's the 5200. Right now we know in level 2 long. So this is definitely long right now. What I will be waiting on is some type of pullback. Right, give me some type of W structure going back to the upside. Market baseline is above the static, so we need it to come down below, give us that reload. Right, the infamous reload. Well, famous reload, as Tiger says.
That's famous.
And then I'll be looking for something like this, back up to the upside.
Doing
Something like that. So yeah, I'll be looking for some longs here. Not bad. A little 2.5. Actually, you can even target this 800 EMA. So let's see. 3-1. Something like this.
what is that?
Yeah.
800 at
Also got a feeling
Let's let-
WTI could still go higher.
64,
Yeah,
73,
64.75.
75. Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I don't really have much at all. I'm literally only looking at US 30. And again, I'm not holding this too long. This is going to be a shorter term trade. I'm hoping to get a little something out of this. Hopefully get some quick run up. I can move my stop loss to break even, take off half. And that's it. I do have a pending order on, so if it does come back to this price, it'll grab my second half of my position. But that's it. I'm not really expecting it to do too much. Maybe it can come here around this area, 44,830.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. But yeah, I'm being super cautious today. In fact, if this takes too
Christmas.
long to pull up my second position, I'm gonna cancel it, and I'll just have half of it on and just kind of sit back and watch. That's about it.
Watch.
Pop,
All
1
good,
minute
all good.
time frame. Pop trade of the day.
Yeah, we
Yep,
could
yep.
probably switch to my charts as well. Also have a look here at WTI, where
Said,
it
what
is
about my
from a
stop
market
loss?
jump.
So it's kind of hard
Gents,
to
I'll be
tell
back.
what my stop loss would be. Okay. To knock it, it's kind of hard to say what the stop loss would be exactly because it hasn't come down and really touched the 200 yet.
Hasn't set up, yeah.
But hypothetically speaking, if it were to do according to my drawing, that stop loss would be somewhere around 6,300. But again, don't quote me on that because it hasn't set up yet, so it's kind of hard to tell where that first leg is placed at.
Cool.
But yeah.
All right. Right, Tanaka, also, looking at WTI, this is what I'm looking at. I want to see if there's any sort of reasoning for this bounce that we're seeing to the upside. Again, try to not, stare at all these lines that I got on here. It's like what I try to do is trying to find the operating angle of an ascent or descent in the market, and if you generally get that right, you get very high probability levels and the angular levels. I can't really say levels. Angular support and resistance lines where price tends to find support and resistance, right? So I want to see why this bounce potentially just from a market geometry perspective is doing what it's doing. And very weird, and I've known this for quite some time, is that WTI crude oil loves following channels, angles, right? Rather than shift pitch folks. The setting I've got on here is actually set to a modified shift pitch folks. And I don't know if you've known this already, but a modified pitch fork is the same as a channel. It runs at the same angle if you use the same anchor points. It's clear to see over there, right? I'm going to get rid of that just for the time being because I've got a channel sloping up here. I don't want to get the charts too cluttered up. So if I had to, let's say, just hide all of this mess that you're seeing over here, it will make sense in just a while, hopefully.
Looks like a bunch of.
It's going to take me years now to get rid of all of it. But
Looks like a bunch of
the
rubber
reason I
marks.
drew all those lines, yeah, is because
A lot of
all of
street
the
marks.
internal sort of fluctuations in price there is respecting the same angle as that channel that you've seen running up to the upside there. And what I could probably do is just hide all the bloody what's his name, right? Hide all drawings. Get rid of the indicators. And no, it's back. Yeah, so it doesn't really want to do that. So I'll slowly build on the case here, try to show you what I'm actually looking at here. Let's just delete 2 more lines or hide them. All right, so clearly WTI being in a very strong downtrend, right? And this is, I'm just looking here at a 4-hour time frame. And then right about April, we had this very strong move to the upside. Now, this move to the upside could have potentially been a 5-wave sequence, right? Something like this. Come on, doing it again. Well, I'm too quick for trading view. Something like that. And now, if I have to just move to the left again, this might have been an ABC type of vibe, meaning that price could potentially head back up again. That being said, I mean, I've got no damn idea. And generally on gold, I've got a much better view of what's going on because you just have to scroll left here on WTI, and it's clearly still in a downtrend, right? So I think my focus should rather be what on earth is going on over the short term here, right? So we can see that price has sort of been riding the center median line for quite some time. There's been instances where it actually dropped below the center median line of that modified pitchfork, but as you guys probably already know, I want to make sure that the angle that I'm using here, because it's a very visual tool to decide that angle, which angle is price actually respecting the most, and I like to draw then, let's say, a ray parallel to one of the median lines, and then go and project them from previous areas. And this is perfectly fine. I always say this, yeah, but you're doing this in hindsight, which is perfectly fine, because if I'm using a high time frame like a 4-hour or daily, and you get areas like this where price undershot the median line, it didn't sort of halt directly on it and move to the upside. You get all these wicks below it, right? Then what you want to do is run, like I did there, a line parallel to one of these angles and project it from previous areas where price undershot, in this case, the median line. And it's not 100% science, but you can see if you do this, we got sort of support, 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 right? If I did it exactly at those lows, then only that one touched. So you just kind of have to, you know, just try to figure out, if I do it, let's take these closing prices over there of these previous candles, then we got support, support, support. Now, yeah, again, this is in hindsight, but what happened here is price found support, moved up, retested the center median line, and it's now moved upwards again. So if I were to have a bullish bias, for example, right, on WTI, then I would like to know, you know, where is it moving towards? And price will very, very often, using pitchforks, fluctuate between the median lines, and also got these internal median lines, which is this red one over here. I don't know if you can actually see that on my chart. Maybe I'll just highlight that a little bit
faintly.
better. Let's make that yellow. There we go.
Yeah,
maybe that stands out a bit
that's
better, right? So what happened right now at this high that came in this morning? Price just ran into that 50% dash median line. So it bounced from this one to that one. Now we got temporary resistance. Now, how do I trade with these median lines or angular support resistance lines? Well, if I was already long here, then I would probably have gotten out of this now in a long position because price would likely find resistance. And all traders that might get long right now, or let's say earlier in the morning, did not know about this line over there and its angular resistance. And now price is pulling back. So I want to have the homework sort of done before price gets to one of these angular levels and make sure I don't open positions going, let's say, trading long into it. I want it to be long already and maybe take profit at those levels, if that makes sense. This is not to say that crude oil is now going to move lower again. And that's not what I'm saying at all. It's just that they sort of act as magnets or levels, and again, from an angular nature, not horizontal nature, where price typically gravitates towards and then also finds support and resistance. Now, if I have to bring back all of those lines that I drew here, I think I did that on an hour, I can do the same by trying to figure out what is the operating angle of this move to the upside. But to bring all of them back here, and this is why I don't really like trading crude oil at the moment. There's no nice levels that crude oil is actually respecting. So let's say, for example, I drew a channel here. And on this channel, I just went from this low to this low to that high over there, right? And then it also gives me a center channel line, this dashed upward sloping right line that we're seeing here. Now, how would I know that, crude oil is actually respecting, I think it was on 15 minutes is better. Yeah, I use the 15 minutes. Is actually, is that 3 anchor points that I chose for the channel, is it actually, am I thumb sucking things, or is price actually respecting that angle, if it makes sense? There, I do the same thing as I always do is, was it now an hour or 5 minutes? I can't remember. Probably a 5 minute, yeah. After drawing this channel, run some parallel lines to your channel and project it from previous areas where price undershot or just stopped in the middle of nowhere. And you can see there was a little bit of support there. If you do the same with that one over there, and you just play around, you can see we had resistance now as well. And now price also hit that pitchforks downward sloping line. If I draw it from here, resistance over there. And you can clearly see, and guys, I'm not trading these levels. I'm just, in my mind, trying to mentally figure out, is price respecting these angles? And if it should continue lower or higher, which angles should I be focusing on? It'll probably be your upper or your lower channel. So if price were to move lower, like it did from right now, it actually found support right at this little area where it undershot that center channel line. And now we're bouncing up. So the reason that I have so many lines on here, it's for me, it's not tradable. So I hope you get what I'm trying to say. I drew all those lines, or the internal lines, from previous highs or lows, just to figure out if price is respecting those angles. Angular support and resistance, what I'm looking at, not horizontal. Mm-hmm. And for me, the answer is yes, it is doing that, but it's extremely wild. Look at all these lines. I mean, how on earth are you going to, if price reaches this low one, should I go long there? What's the case? Because then just below there, there's another one here. And quite often when you draw lines on a nice clean chart with a nice price structure that makes sense, structure that let's say makes a beautiful like wave sequence to it, right? Then you don't have all these internal lines. quite often they'll draw nicely into, let's say, upper channel line pullback, drop to the lower channel line, and not have too much wishy-washy happening in between, or diddling in the middle, as Dutch Tiger tries to say. So what do we have here? We have this, and that's the price is respecting this angle or the operating angle to the upside, but there's just too much mess. I think it's dangerous.
A lot of whipsaw
at the moment.
Action.
It ran into resistance at that 50% dashed median line. It is whipsaw. So I'm out. I don't know. If I had to make an educated guess here, I think crude oil can still move maybe a little bit higher. If you just have to look at price structure, and let's open up that chart again. We had a beautiful sort of stair stepping to the downside, right? And then when price actually broke to the upside here, it broke previous price structure. These highs, they were in April, early in April, and then start moving lower. But yeah, good luck. I think if you want to trade crude oil, this is not a market I would like to swing trade whatsoever. I want to be in and out. Trade a small time frame, and that's it. You can clearly now see price hit that 50% dashed median line. What I can say though, if price were to clear that, and let's say on a 4-hour time frame, I'll give it a higher time frame rather than a smaller one. If we were to clear that 50% dashed median line, this yellow downward sloping one here, on a 4-hour, and not just wick above it, right? Close above it, like with its body, like Michael likes to say. Then a retracement back to that will then get me along maybe to the upper median line, because that's an indication price wants to go higher. But until it does that, we might go lower from there. Who knows? I don't know. So it's interesting that actually some people ask here about WTI. It's obviously maybe something you like trading. I've been trading WTI for a very long time. It's just that I know also the how frustrating price action can be and it's not been very easy this year, to be honest with you. It is extremely messy. So yeah, hopefully that helps, gives you a good idea of what I look at, why I look at these things. Yeah, it's a lot of lines, but they all tell a story, and that's what I use to frame price action and mold it into a type of idea to give me a bias.
What does
right?
So yesterday, question on that, Richard. So yesterday there was a 30-minute demand zone candle that formed, 8:30 Central Standard Time. A 30-minute demand candle. What's that look like on your chart? Is there any lines matching up with that?
On WTI?
Yeah, on WTI. 30 minutes.
Should we go to 30 minutes?
Yeah, 30 minutes. From yesterday. Yeah, right further left.
That one.
No, it'll be 8:30 a.m. Central.
Oh, so really this one over here.
Right there. Yeah, right there.
So 9:30 Eastern, right? So yeah. Look, if I switch on my indicators, it'll probably pick that up as well.
I was just curious to see. I mean, you got the fair value gap.
Up. But yeah, there we go. This one over here. Magnet mode off. Come on, it does that again. All that. Right? Am I right there? Yeah, so this will be something I'll be interested in. If price, for example, now moves lower, it might pull right into that demand zone that you just mentioned there. And what do we also have? That lower channel line.
A couple channel lines, yeah.
You know, if we can do something like this, that'd be of interest to go along, wouldn't it? I'm getting really irritated.
Yeah, that was the only thing I really saw on WTI.
Like
It's
So yeah,
it's
that'll be something
it's
I'm interested in. If price can do that, very good point actually. You also want to, rather than just looking at market geometry, you guys know I also look at fair value gaps. I mean, we got that fair value gap right there, and then we also have now your demand zone right there, right? Maybe let's make that a different color, something like that. So this entire area here is of interest. And I'll be interested to see if, let's say, price pulls into that area, doesn't make contact with one of these market geometry lines. If it does, gives you a reaction to the upside, then take a trade. That's what I'll typically do. And then position like you would your stop loss underneath at least a market geometry line, or at least below that demand zone. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a great point too, Richard, because like sometimes I'll have a zone on top of a zone, trying to decide which one I think might be the better one, but that right there just kind of helps filter out the right one. So
Yeah.
that's just something I kind of thought.
So yeah, like you want that extra confirmation from something else as well. Definitely.
For sure.
No Sleep Narrator's asking, Richard, you're always drinking some kind of juice. What is it? It's some one of those fizzy tablets that you get, like vitamins, sometimes a bit of magnesium. So I get this jar, I can't remember the name of it, or not jar, but tube, that's got all sort of like different, either magnesium or sometimes, I don't know, what do you call it, B plus, your B complex type of vitamins and stuff.
B complex.
Yeah, just keep me going. I'm an old man right now, so I have to keep the focus going.
Well seasoned.
And the energy levels up.
Well seasoned. We're not old. We're well seasoned.
Yeah.
Richard, I'm chasing you down because on Wednesday I'll be 43. So look out.
You're chasing me down. When you hit 50, you're actually going backwards, right? So.
yeah, of course. It's like it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Your naughty 40s. You're in the early years of your naughty 40s, Tiger.
But no, I agree. B12 complex, there's nothing better. Especially when you get to the start to feel it a little bit.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Sorry, I went down the wrong pipe as well. John Dell's asking for Melosa. It's hard for him to understand how pitchforks work. I can definitely have a look at that a little bit later for you, John Dell, if you want to. I did a little educational session on that. When was it? Earlier this week. Just telling you or showing you guys what those lines mean, the different settings, all that sort of stuff. So I can definitely go through that again if you want me to. John Bell, let me know there in the chat. Because today might just be one of those days, right? Things just go absolutely sideways.
And plus
Friday, not my favorite day to trade either, I must say.
Yeah. And John Dill also, Richard has a really good section on the Discord where he puts a lot of his market geometry charts.
Yeah.
That's under.
It takes a while to get used to everything. But it's on the trading tips.
Trading tips.
Section in Discord, yeah. So if you haven't joined the Discord yet, please do. You can also find the link on our website, holaprime.com. Join the Discord. We've got a great community on there. All our coaches are on there. We've got a great support staff doing amazing work there. So, and obviously a big community. So if everyone joins that, you can go share your charts, trade ideas, ask any type of trading related questions, hopefully, and not life experience questions and those sort of things. And we do post our own charts as well. I do a daily sort of chart update. Generally the charts that I share during this session as well. So there you can quite often follow the methodology that I use and see, I'm trying to not forecast what the markets might do. I'm trying to have different sort of paths that the markets might follow. generally looking at gold, Nasdaq, UK 100, WTI sometimes. And you can see me post daily there, generally after the morning session that we do here with Forex Fire. And then, see how things play out afterwards. Giving you a bit of a bigger picture type of view of what I'm thinking is happening in the markets. Right, so Salamuzi, you didn't really miss too much, to be dead honest. We got Jackson Hole symposiums later on today. A lot of blabbling, lip clapping, as Tiger would call it, going to be happening. Fed Chair Powell going to speak. So the extra volatility might step into the markets during that time. When does he speak again exactly? 9 Eastern.
Yeah, it was 9 Central, so 10 Eastern
Central.
for Chair Powell.
10 Eastern, okay.
Yeah, Chair Powell. Chair Member Collins speaks at 9 Eastern.
Are we doing well? All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so things are a little bit quiet market-wise. I just went over through WTI, and with Coach Tiger's help, I mentioned that we got this nice demand zone here. We got a slightly above it. We got a fair value gap there, and obviously these lower channel lines. So that could be an area of interest. By the way, actually, I should just go and drop a alert there. And not look at crude oil because it makes my eyes hurt. All these lines.
I gotta figure out. Sure. I gotta figure out why some of my alerts are coming to me like 2 and 3 hours late. Like I just got a text on my phone for an alert that went off like 5 hours ago, and I don't understand what's going on. So I'm gonna have to look at my alerts and figure out why they're being delayed.
Yeah. That's weird. I don't get that.
Oh, same thing happening to you?
It's like, no, it's not.
Oh.
It's quite prompt. If an alert goes off, I get it on my phone just like that.
Yeah, like I'll get the alert on the platform itself, but it's getting texted late, and that's 5 hours. So I am 5 hours behind GMT, the Greenwich time. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe I have it set to Greenwich time instead of Central Standard. I'll have to look at it later. I just realized that could be what it is. So I don't know.
Could be.
Interesting stuff. Interesting.
John Dell, if you're still here, let me know if you want to let me go through some of the pitchforks, the different settings, how to draw them. And yeah, we got still about 15 minutes before we reach the halfway mark of our session. Generally, we take a 15-minute break then. And again, guys, by the way, if you're new in the chat here, you weren't here from the beginning, we are giving away a 5K challenge account a little bit later. Generally, we do that around 6 a.m. Central. So if you haven't won an account just yet, then today might be a lucky day. But please do make sure that you follow the very, very important steps or the process so we can base our decision who's going to win on who follow those steps, right? So the first one being is make sure you subscribe to both Hola Prime TV and global YouTube channel as well as Instagram handles. And please comment during these live sessions like you're doing. Obviously, then we can see who you might want to pick. But the third one is the most important of all. Make sure that your email is in your YouTube bio so we can actually contact you with your account details and get you all set up with that 5K Forex Challenge account. Again, winners will be selected live. We'll do that around about 6 a.m. Central today. So please do stay tuned. All right. So
yes.
You've noticed we actually do choose, a winner based on that criteria, and we got the back end, checking through all the names that's in the chat here. So if you haven't followed those steps, then you won't be winning an account. So we'll, I believe, probably give another one away during the future session a little bit later. So if you don't win during the morning session here, we haven't followed those steps, and you still want to win an account, again, we base our decision on who followed those steps, and then maybe you'll stand a chance to win an account during the future session a little bit later on. Cool.
Yes.
Guys, that's it from me for right now. Ayub Rifi, how's it going? You were with us yesterday, I think earlier the week as well, right? He's asking for us to have a look at the Euro NZD. Michael or Tiger? I'm not the Forex guy so much on this side, although I dabbled in the pound US dollar a few weeks ago. So maybe we can switch to one of your charts and let the experts show you what they see. Yeah.
What do you think, Michael? You got a play on that one? Isn't that the one that messed you up the other day? Euro New Zealand -2.
I don't think so. Let me see.
I got the other. Well, from a fundamental. Just from a fundamental point of view for you, that was Ayub. Yeah, getting a little bit. It's more of a neutral bias, but it is a -2, so slightly bearish, very slightly bearish, just as far as all the fundamental report releases of late. Meaning, looks like a few more have missed expectations than have met expectations. So just a very, very, very slight bearish narrative, but not really enough to be jumping onto a strong bearish trend or anything. So just a little context for you before what Michael shows. Kind of a -2.
You short already. Okay.
Shorted it yesterday.
What's that?
She said she shorted it yesterday, or they shorted it yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not touching this one. Most of these NZD pairs that had the crazy news with these huge spikes, I just don't like that. And then for me, just the way I trade it, this is already high, right? So we got this 5,200 cross back here, and we had this fun zone that just kind of chopped around for quite a bit, right? And it finally broke out of this level with this
fun zone. That's what they call it. That's what they call it these days.
Right. This
is that Tanaka that thought Tiger was high during the news session, during his news reading. Did you read that comment earlier on, Tiger?
Oh yeah, I saw it.
That I was high?
Yeah.
She thought you were high during the news session.
No, it's just Friday, just having a good day. Yeah, throw a little flavor out there now and then. Yeah. Now, the class clown, life of the party.
I'm curious to know where your stop's at. If you could let me know that.
I do.
Yeah, this is more long than short, in my opinion. But yeah, this is an interesting pair. I just wouldn't touch this at all because of this huge jump up here. Now, I could see this going higher and just really busting out into like a whole nother level. So maybe something like this.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I don't know where your stop is, if you can let me know that. We do, on the other hand, have this market baseline, as you can see, pointing down pretty steep. This yellow market baseline pointing down pretty steep. So I don't know. This one is funny. I can't tell if this is short, long, neutral. If I had to put numbers on it, I would say 49.51. It's that close. I just wouldn't touch it at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's making its own little fun zone, right?
Yeah, this one looks pretty funky to me. Now, I could see why traders would take this long, right? You got something like some type of W structure here going long. Now, again, I wouldn't take a trade into peak high like this, or I don't take level 3 trades at all, right? So when we had this 5,200 cross that went up to this, that broke out of this zone, right? Anything above this area here was level 3, and we're way above that, right? So
Yeah.
this news just kind of pushed right through that. Now we just sitting in peak high for sure. So I wouldn't be trying to take this longer, and I wouldn't be trying to short this just yet either. I would short this if it did something like this. Right? Yeah, something like this. Broke this level and then came back and kind of gave me the shorts down there. I would take this to the short side here. But this is after a lot has already gone on, right? Like we broke that peak high. This is definitely peak high. Believe that. All right. So
Yeah, that's
something like this.
Yeah, that's really the question. Are they, because that was obviously from the New Zealand interest rate drop from a couple days ago. So are they just pausing before taking it higher for more New Zealand weakness, or are they gonna just reverse course? Yeah, that's kind of we don't know. We just have to wait until it goes one way or the other, right? Out of that chop zone.
Oh, okay. You said shorted it yesterday. Sweet. Good,
Oh, it did
good.
short it. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, yesterday. He said he's just watching today. Well, cool. Yeah, I wouldn't really want to be touching this, to be honest. I just kind of sit back, relax, and let price action play out. Let me get me some more of the story. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this pair yet. I was just watching. Most of the NZD pairs this week, I really wouldn't want to be trading those at all.
Yeah, even the
Oh,
Aussie pairs
so
too.
you're out already. You just scalp it. Okay.
Yep, just scalped it. So that's
Oh,
good.
scalping.
Not more of a
That's
long-term play. Sweet.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not a bad plan.
Was asking
That's pretty well what I'm looking
about
at
the dollar
too. Just
index.
scalping this.
We can definitely have a
That's
look at
it.
that.
Solomuzi, I just trade Forex. I don't trade futures. Yeah, I just look at Forex mainly, but also the indices, gold, silver, and Bitcoin. That's really where my forte is. That's what I love about hopping on the quiet market session with whether it's Coach Tony, Coach Paul, Coach Daryl. They're the futures guys.
Yeah.
So I love being on those shows with them in the evenings, just looking to see how they attack it from a future standpoint. So, yeah, I can't really answer a lot on futures, except they trade in ticks, right? I know the ticks. I know it's ticks. That's about to the extent of my futures knowledge, as sad as that is to say.
Right. You're welcome. You're welcome. What else we got?
Mike, do you want to have a look
Yeah.
at the
But that's-
dollar index there for Solomuzi?
Yeah. And
Oh, yeah.
Solomuzi, just to clarify too, though, I mean, that's just as far as the nuances. Like, I don't know a whole lot of the nuances on futures, but when it comes to the trading style, like I'm sure what all three of us trade, the way we trade probably carries over into the futures market as well. Just obviously we have to learn the nuances of how to do it. Like as far as supply and demand and accumulation, distribution, we know that all that stuff carries over. So yeah, it's just nothing more than learning the nuance, the lingo, and the hours.
I traded futures for years. I still do on the side.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, then we'll have to have Richard teach us as well.
We got a question there, John Dell. Maybe let's take this one step at a time. Michael's looking at the dollar index, and then we'll get to the other question.
Cool. So I'll be quick. We got it.
Let's not race down the lane today. It is Friday, after all.
Dollar cost average.
Yeah, this wick is insane right here. Like I would be mindful of this area. Everything in this area, I would just be a little bit mindful of. But dang, I don't know what happened right here. August 10.
Where?
Oh, this is a Sunday. It looks so
That
crazy.
big wick.
Anyway, it's huge. Yes, huge.
Yeah.
Cool.
As well.
Yeah, I will be more long than shorts on this, right? Reason being, we got this 5,200 cross to the upside. Whoops. To the upside, so we know we are in level 2 longs. And then notice how after the 5,200 cross touched the 200. So I would just be that pull back to this 200 level. Give me some type of pattern, whether it's W, half bat. Oh man, this actually got a long way to go. That's crazy. Let's see what that is. Let's see what that's all about. Same thing on the TDI. We definitely need this reload for the manipulation phase of the process or the cycle. All right, then that move will look something like this. This is a huge TP. It seems like the art on this isn't bad at all. Looking for something like this on the Dixie. I don't trade this. It's not even on my watch list. I don't trade this at all.
Dixieland delight.
Trade.
Country song.
I'm curious, how did you pick which market to trade? Why do you not trade futures or stocks? For me, I don't want to. Stocks. The stock is. I don't want to be in a position where some CEO got messed up for something and then it takes my position on like some bad news or something. Just, I don't like that.
Definitely a possibility.
Yeah, especially nowadays, right? All this random stuff.
Are you saying you trust the interbank more than a CEO?
Right.
Trust none of them.
Right.
Like, I don't know about that. Not too much.
That's a trick.
And
That's a trick question.
I tried options too. It's pretty much more the same thing. It's a lot of math that goes into that. The delta,
Yes,
theta delta, and that's yeah. My specialty lies in technical analysis. Like that's my specialty. I just literally pulled up a random Dixie chart and I can find my process on here, right? And I don't even trade this. I can do this on any market there is. So my specialty once again is TA. So future side, to be totally honest, I don't know. Like maybe I will. I'm thinking about it, checking out some futures, see what I can do, because it's all the same thing in a way, just a slightly different approach. So no reason to not trade futures, but on the stock side, yeah, I hope that answered it.
that's a good answer. No, I think my natural segue would be futures too. I mean, as far as like the currency futures, I mean, since I'm already studying up on all the fundamental data, I feel like that might be a natural segue for me.
Seriously,
just going into the
not even can do both
side of things. Yeah, sure.
Trade
for
Forex
sure.
and futures. Yeah.
Yep. Just got to learn all the nuances.
James, happy Friday, buddy. TGIF.
Yeah, we made it, Coach James. I can't wait to see your part on Jackson Hole later today. That'll be good to watch. So we'll definitely be staying tuned. I know I will be. As soon as our stream ends.
Guys, we're going to,
Good stuff.
just quickly, we're going to go on our 15-minute break in about 15 seconds from now. We do need a little bit of break to break things up. We'll be, like I mentioned, 15 minutes away. Be back, dive into the charts. Solomusi, you've got a really good question going on there in the chat. We'll definitely attend to your question when we get back. So, again, we'll also be giving away that 5K challenge account around 6 Central. So do also stick around for that. Again, follow those tips if you haven't already. We'll catch up on all the questions in the chat, but we'll definitely see you back in around 15 minutes from now. Good stuff. Cheers, guys.
Back with you.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Ola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts. See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game. I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too. This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill. Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Ola Prime.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard and I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a gamble. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. Folks. Really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play big darts with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Everybody, my name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Ola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money. So I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but competed national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Ola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Ola Prime.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Ola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Ola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You know, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Ola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method. It's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight, but it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Yeah.
What's up? I didn't even get time to finish all my food, so I'm still a bit hungry.
What?
But that's...
What was for lunch today, Richard? What was for lunch?
I made some. I was inspired by what's his name talk the other day. What was it? Another word escaped my mind. We were talking. Were we talking about pasta of some sort? Macaroni
Pasta?
cheese. There we go. Mac and cheese.
Oh, mac and cheese.
Yeah, so I made a mac and
never.
cheese last night. I mixed some pesto in there, my homemade pesto, some nice mozzarella, and some panko crumbs on the top. So when you actually bake it, it's got a little bit of a crust on the top too. So it's quite nice.
I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
That's good stuff.
My wife's pesca vegetarian, so sometimes if I don't have too much time, I can't really, make. I have to do something vegetarian completely, which is perfectly fine. Can't eat meat all day.
Yeah. Yeah, I had.
Nice.
I had some T-bones last night, and that was my first time eating a steak in a long time. Yeah, it was heavy.
Nice. I love it.
It was heavy on the stomach. Yeah, it made me sleepy. Good stuff. We gotta do it once in a while. Get a little bit of carnivore diet.
Get the stomach to work.
But yeah,
Sure.
I rarely eat. I don't eat steak very often. Just like once in a while, once in a blue moon.
Okay.
Yeah, we had.
I've got two young boys, and
seen-
they're very hungry, so they eat me out of the house.
Eat you out of house and home, eh?
Every now and then we'll see these recipes on like Facebook or something, and we're like, "Oh man, we got to make this." And I always make jokes and say, "When I say we, I mean you." It sounds so funny to say. This is the complete opposite of you, Richard. But since I've moved here, I have not cooked one meal. So we're talking about almost 3 years. I haven't cooked one meal.
I actually studied in Italy. I've had for almost just over a year. So I have my master's in Italian cooking.
Oh wow!
See, I got my master's in Italian eating.
Yeah,
yeah. Me too.
Yeah, same here.
In the second degree,
maybe I don't have to pay for my accommodation when I come visit you. Then I'll just be the cook and the chef for you guys. But
sounds good to me.
Like that.
We'll supply all the ingredients.
Yeah.
That's great. That's freaking great.
No, seriously.
I love cooking. It's like that sort of like. Sorry. Over to you, Mike.
I was gonna say we one of the recipes. These like little it's like a meatloaf like cupcake type thing, and it has like mashed potatoes in it, some like bacon bits and some garlic cloves and some green onions. And then on the side is some garlic spinach and cheese. So we seen that recipe, and she made it yesterday. So we that's what we had last
nice.
night.
Sounds like
Awesome.
a quiche, like a sort of quiche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I generally
It
get
looks
my
super
ideas
good.
if I don't know what to cook from, because it's easy to always just cook the same thing over and over again. And when you go
There you
to
go.
your shop,
You guys can see this.
the same things over and over.
Oh, would you
Oh,
look
wow.
at those? Some of your favorite barbecue
Those are
meatloaf
very
cupcakes.
pretty, looking nice.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's entering.
Yeah, I get a lot of
Interesting.
inspiration from the social sides of things, YouTube Shorts especially.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. There's a
Yeah.
lot of good ideas out there.
For sure. And
Yep.
people are getting super creative nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get. That's quite creative what you got there, to be honest.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Savory cupcake.
Michael, I'm trying to find a place to join you on the Dow trade there. Just need a little bit of a pullback. Then I might consider
yeah?
hopping in it.
How's the Dow trade
Yeah.
going anyway? Moving up?
Going up there.
Yes,
A little bit.
slightly. It's up just a little
Not
bit.
much.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get my screen up back in. That'll be cool. Match made in heaven. That's hilarious. No, it's the funniest thing. My boys are like, they like, wait, you haven't done what? And I'm like, no, I'm so serious. I haven't cooked anything in years.
Yeah.
Ever since I moved here.
It's
My
just
mom, she
easier
comes
to
down
go.
and she's like, to go out? It is.
You're bringing in the dough.
She's like,
so you're doing something.
She said, so you she like, you should give her a break and you should cook something. I'm like, oh, I give her plenty of breaks when we go out to eat. Wow, well, true that. Didn't say nothing about that part. Seriously. It's like
funny.
cleaning the pool, right? Because when we first got here, we almost didn't move here because it had a pool. And again, we have a young daughter, so a little bit of trepidation there, but
Yeah.
we like, we'll just be careful. And
Mhm.
and I'm like, I didn't know it was such a task to clean the pool. Like, it's a whole process. We had to look up and yeah, we
Oh,
was
so
not expecting
it's not a
this.
communal pool, it's your pool in your yard sort of thing.
Yeah, it's right in our backyard. It's our own pool. I just didn't expect it to be like that. And yeah, it's a lot of work that
And a
goes
pool
into
is
it.
pool's got lots of work there. It takes
Never
a
knew
lot of
that.
effort.
hmm
Yeah, a lot of
So
work.
next thing you know, I'm spending at least 30 minutes to an hour a week getting leaves out the pool or putting product in it or whatever. And I'm like, man, I'm
Trying to
not
get
expecting to do this.
the pH and all that sort of stuff, proper and
Gotta
keep it
test the
sparkling,
water.
and
Yep,
that's a mission.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have like groundskeepers here. They're like great, obviously. And I got some neighbors who actually are friends. They used to live in our old neighborhood, and then they seen when we moved. They were like, "Oh, that's a pretty nice place." So they moved over here too. Funny enough, and they bought a pool pump and like all the equipment and stuff. And it was like, "We can just share it. We can go half on it." I'm like, "Hell yeah, let's do it!" So I sent them the money. So it's kind of both of ours. Basically, it just stays at their house. And they like, "Do you need to use the equipment to clean the pool?" I'm like, "No." And they was like, how clean is the pool? You haven't like used it in a minute. I'm like, all right, I got a confession to make. I haven't cleaned the pool. I got the guys to clean the pool. Okay. I don't feel like cleaning it.
But don't you have like a pool pump that's permanently connected to the pool, like to circulate the water and filter and everything?
Yeah, but it's still like, it'll still like dirt and stuff. When it rains, stuff still settles at the bottom.
Yeah.
So you still have to do like a deeper cleaning like once a month, but it's so cheap for them to do it, and it actually helps them out. Obviously, I'm like, dude, just hook me up this week. I don't feel like doing that because it takes like a cool hour to do it, at least 1 hour.
Yeah, no, it's a job. I grew up with the pools. I've been a swimmer myself, but anyway, we had a big pool when I grew up in our house. And luckily, learned a lot from my dad. So that was one of the chores. You need to, test the water. The worst was when you actually had to change the sand in the filter like once every couple of years. That's the worst.
Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah.
It's a lot of effort.
No, it can definitely
a lot
get
of money you get thrown into it too. That's for sure.
Yep. Again, I said earlier today, we just broke the net right yesterday, and I had to go to the pool store.
Yeah.
And get a whole new thing. So yeah, it's a whole bill in itself. You spend at least, I want to say, $100 a month USD just on pool maintenance. I was not expecting.
Wow.
Easy.
Yeah.
Yep.
But whatever.
That's
It's
a lot.
part of it, I guess. But cool. We are finally getting some action here on this US 30. We might not get this pullback, guys. And as I said, I don't want this to wait too long. If this doesn't pull back and grab this second position in the next 30 minutes, I'm going to cancel this pending order and just let it go because getting a little late. And, you know, we got some news.
Getting a
coming out,
little
so-
late. Yeah. Creeping closer to the news. Wow.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Already got punched in the face
Yep.
this week on EG, so not trying to get into too many more fights here.
Yeah, we got another 2.5 hours until Fed member Collins speaks. Yep, another
Yeah,
two and
maybe
a
we
half
can
hours.
tackle Salamusi's question that was posted just before we went on our break.
Oh yeah.
Now we can take turns to answer that. And the question was, for all of you coaches, my question for all of you is in terms of trading and knowing which strategy to use when approaching the markets. Are you guys self-taught or did you have mentors?
Okay.
Great
So, yeah,
question.
I think I might have mentioned before. I tried the self-taught route first, and of course, that didn't go as planned. Had a bunch of gurus, whatever you want to call them, who I thought they knew what they were doing, but that's when you learn the lesson of the opposite of Ola Prime, right? Non-transparency, and that didn't work out.
Yep.
Right. And then I finally found a big guy, like big trader in the space, mentor. I mentioned it several times, but yeah, I like to think trained by one of the best to ever do this, Steve Morrow and Card Chan. Like they taught me a lot about this market process. Again, that's what I use while I trade the market maker cycle, just trading in line with the banks, stop hunts, you know, sessions, changeover, swaps, spreads. Like they went over a lot of good stuff. Risk management, psychology. I mean, so much stuff that I just didn't even notice existed. And I just appreciate everything that they did. And yeah, I kind of just learned from them. So I would definitely say, I gotta, in the beginning, I didn't have anybody, you know, that wasn't that readily available, I'd say. You just kind of doing it on your own. But yeah, when I finally bumped into those guys, I mean, changed my entire life. So yeah, definitely not self-taught, right? Like the process that I teach now is a rendition of, again, their stuff, market maker cycle. It depends on how you want to get in, right? Like some of them trade the 5-minute, 15-minute, some of them trade the more swing, you know what I mean? But it's still the same cycle. I just kind of adopted a process of sticking right in the middle on the hour chart. Not too high, not too low.
That's almost a key word, that adapting something to yourself. I'll get to my story a bit later. It's like same experience. You learn from someone. I guess you actively pursued a mentor, right? It's not like, you know, I've done a course with you. Actually, like pursued to find someone, you know, look into that person.
Exactly.
Yeah, so a very similar story. And then, you know, take the stuff that you learn and, you know, make it your own. It's quite a common theme when it comes to trading or your trading.
Because literally what I'm teaching to this day, right? Like this isn't their exact stuff. Like I got my own thing to this, right? Like the patterns, let's say the half a bat, whatever, like the reload, this was something that I like to think that I put in here, right? Like some of those guys, they take the trade without the reload. I just don't like to take that trade because it's a lower probability setup for me, right? Like it's much higher probability if you have this reload, right? Like I want to see the market baseline go below this static before. before I take the trade, right? If it doesn't, there's just no trade for me. Some of those guys jump in before, you know, like how this half a bat pattern, like, oh, once it closes above the 13, I'll take it. But it's a risky, right? Like you got a regular high probability setup and you have a risky setup, right? Like some of these guys, I have my stop loss below this last swing here. Some of them will put it all the way below here. I don't need to do that. I'm confident in this setup. I've seen it enough times that this is where I want my stop loss at, right? So it's my version of that process, right? Like, but that comes with a ton of homework, a ton of looking at this stuff, seeing this hundreds of times, right? Like, got to get the screen time in. How they talk about 10,000 hours to become a professional in something. May or may not be the exact amount, you know what I mean? Depending on the quality of that screen time. But yeah, I've reached the point for sure that I know this like I know my address, basically.
Yeah,
right?
You clearly do.
Yep. So yeah, that's my
What about yourself, Tiger?
So no, I definitely got some schooling. I went to, that's called the Online Trading Academy. I think they've rebranded now. I think they're just called Trading Academy. But yeah, I went there because I got super interested into trading after watching The Wolf of Wall Street. So that's really how I kind of got my start. I kind of liked the fast pace, the fast pace part of it as far as the trading job. So
the party.
Yeah. Well, I was already doing that. But no, I never went to I never went to a college or a university, so I hadn't ever really experienced that. And I thought, well, that's exciting. That's interesting. You know, maybe I could go invest in myself for that. So yeah, I went to Online Trading Academy. I took a stock trading course with them first. And you get a nice little certificate. It makes you look official and all that. And then lifetime retakes. So I was able to retake the class. This was 2014. So I was able to retake the class 6 months later, which was awesome because it just kind of reemphasized a lot of the supply and demand concepts I learned. And you always find some more nuggets each time you take a course or read a book a second or third time. Or if you watch a movie a second, a third, or fourth time, you always pick up something new, right? So that was my reasoning for retaking the class. And then I got to the point to where I was like, well, I want to jump into it. I want to get an account. But at the time, I didn't have $25,000 just lying around to, jump into a stock trading account. So I studied up on this thing called Forex, which I'd never heard of. Didn't know what the heck it was. And so they told us all about it in 2014 when I went to those classes. So 2015 rolls around, January, and I decided to take a Forex class. So I took that in January. Same thing. I retook it 6 months later. And then I was off to the races. I had a small account at that point, it was a $2,000 account. And it took me quite a few years, but I did finally blow that account. Right? Rite of passage, kind of like what I mentioned earlier today. It's kind of a rite of passage, blowing an account because that's where everything really started to stick was when I realized I had traded myself out of an account. I think technically I still have like $90 left in it, so it's not officially blown, is it? But might as well be. But yeah, that was really where I got my start. And they told us after all those classes, they said, we've just stuffed you full of info to get you through, to kind of fast forward you at least a couple years into your career. But that's just the knowledge. You got to figure out all the nuances yourself, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that
apply it.
Which is why I say the basics of trading are actually quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take time to master. I think I even put that in my video. Coach's video, but yeah, it really does. It's one thing to get taught something. It's another thing to go apply it. And in my case, fall on my face, become a statistic, and pretty much blow my first account. Right? That's just the normal thing. but by blowing that account, I figured out this thing called risk management, which is which is something that they drilled into our heads along with the supply and demand concept. But yeah, back then I didn't really have a good broker that calculated out all the risks, so I was inadvertently wagering like 3, 4, 5, 6% risk on all my trades. So win some, lose some, win some, lose some. But even though I wasn't doing it right, it still took me 5, 6 years to blow that account. So felt pretty cool that it lasted that long, right?
That's not bad at all, to be honest.
Yeah. So
especially
and that was just technical analysis. So that's before I knew anything about following DD reports and all the inflation and this and that, retail sales, NFP. I knew about those reports in the curriculum, but I was just like most people there. All I care about is what indicator is going to make me a lot of money, right? So thankfully, supply and demand was what they really preached to us. Now, they showed us all the indicators, but I just didn't pay as much attention to the fundamental side of things at the time. I wished I would have, because I'd be a lot further along even now. But I've really kind of got to a point in my trading. I went through a divorce, to be quite transparent with you guys. I went through a divorce, and it kind of set me back a couple years. I just totally pushed trading off to the side back in like 2017 to 2019 era. So I just kind of pushed, I guess it would have been 2015, 2016. But anyway, I pushed it off to the side because I was getting burnt out on it. And then I just got to the point after I kind of picked myself back up off the ground from a divorce, which knocks you down, and just decided to really dig back into it. So got really hardcore into it, probably about 2017, 2018 again. But I didn't really I didn't really figure out how to put the puzzle pieces together for fundamental analysis until really the last couple of years. And as soon as I did that, then that's when everything started to turn for me. That's when I started having the confidence in the trades I was placing and seeing some good results. So, but yeah, I just relied on my why. Like, why am I doing this? So I got a list of things. Some of them are personal, as far as what I want to do with it. But I have to get there first, right? So, but yeah, that's where I got my start. And then I've got quite a few mentors I like to follow. Some of the instructors that gave me my lessons and all that. There's a lot of good people, but yeah, I've went through and found a lot of the, what'd you call them, furu, Michael? What is that? What you said? Yep. Furu? What's a furu?
A fake guru.
Oh, okay.
It's a fake.
I figured that's probably
guru.
Yeah. So it takes.
That's a good one.
It kind of takes some time to figure out those. But no, good stuff. That's kind of where I got my start. Started off at the academy.
Nice.
Alumni.
At the academy.
The academy.
Yeah, I had a personal interest in trading probably about 17 years, maybe even 18 years ago, from my brother that was actually actively studying to join a hedge fund in South Africa. And at that time, I was running my own business. I was into concrete manufacturing, molding, that sort of stuff. And I've actually injured my back during that installation, which really sort of set me back. I didn't want to do that job anymore. I started thinking about trading a bit more. Again, my brother sort of, got my interest, sort of my juices flowing into trading at that time. And then I thought it was easy as, buying a few EAs, expert advisors. Back then, MetaTrader 4, installing that onto your chart, 100 with $50, and you're going to be making $200 a day, no problem. They tend to have sold those things. The furus.
Right.
Needless to say, you probably all know how that went. That didn't work out at all. But the bug sort of hit. I was then also like learning a little bit how to place trade myself, not let the EAs do all of that automatically. I've got a rather technical background as well. My dad was an engineer. I worked before I was a chef on super yachts. I worked as an engineer as well, and obviously with the concrete business and stuff. So always been a hands-on kind of person. So I then got an opportunity to work for a hedge fund, not a hedge fund, sorry, a prop trading firm. But actually a physical prop trading firm. It's not like you have online these days where you can just open an account. Back then you basically joined like a trading floor type of vibe, and you had to put money down, like deposit, and then they'll leverage you with the remaining. Let's say if I put like $1,000 down, they will leverage me 3x on that or whatever, just as an example. And I would then, back then, trade the South African equities. I had to pass my equity board exam to be able to do that. And that's where I actually met my first two really good mentors, the guys who were actually running the prop trading firm. So they were, back in the days, actual floor traders on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which is similar to like the NASDAQ, obviously just in South Africa. Not the NASDAQ, but, you know, a physical exchange, right? And they taught me a lot, especially the fast pace that goes with it. We're executing in excess of 20, 30 trades a day. But you had to pay desk fees. Number one, I had to rent my screen, my PC. I had to pay for the actual connection to the JSE, which was called Swordfish back then. I don't know if that still even exists. And then I had to part with 50% of any profits that I would have made as well. So that was quite hectic, very fast-paced, quite expensive to be thrown into the deep end like that and trying to, you know, make some money with very little experience. But I sort of managed, again, with the sort of mentoring that I've got from these two guys. And but my son was born around about as well. Was working very long hours, and it's not my eldest son, my first son. And I just decided that, you know, I'm going to start doing this because I was sort of, after a year or so, only breaking even. You know, paying desk fees, all that sort of stuff. I thought, no, I'm going to pursue my own trading. Trading on my own, which I did, and basically went on my own. It was sort of a ride for a few years, and then gradually started actually getting a bit more consistent profitability going and all that, getting the wheel to actually turn over quite a bit. I also pursued another mentor, and it was actually two after that I pursued. I will not go into too much details to keep the story short. But yeah, I learned a lot from all of these guys. And then coming back to you, Solomon, you know, I've had 4 different mentors, if you want to put it that way. From, you know, 2 I actually actively pursued myself, which I paid money to. I believe I'd run all the online courses that was available back then, bought all the EAs under the sun, and all of that were like gurus, like Michael. So actually pursuing someone that I knew that was actually trading, you know, that I could see he was doing it, looking over his shoulder, and seeing him make money and press buttons, that's what I wanted to see, because I was first I was very disillusioned by, you know, all of these gurus and all these promises and stuff. I just basically told myself, you know, if you want to pursue this, you need to seek someone out that's doing this to show you physically how it's done, and then I want to see they're making the money. So yeah, I was fortunate enough to have been then mentored by various guys, and yeah, I took bits and pieces from all of these things and made my own sort of strategy. You know, I like to trade things. Recent years, refining things a bit with ICT, money making, market maker model type of vibes. You know, those sort of things. More like when it comes to entry and that sort of stuff, to try to refine my accuracy and so forth. So constantly learning. A lot of these things happened many years ago when I learned a lot of these techniques. But you know, I'm always trying to, you know, stay in front of the market. You know, trying to keep my mind fresh, and you know, new techniques I'm always interested in seeing something new, something that works. Like the stuff that Michael does and Tiger, it blows my mind. I'm very familiar with how all of this works, but it's always great to see how it all gets pieced together by someone else, and then maybe that's something you can take that the other coach is doing that I can then use in my own trading again. Trying to refine I won't just say my strategy, but my whole entire methodology to become a better trader and never stop learning is pretty much what I would like to add to that.
Yeah.
So that's my story. Hopefully that clears things up from where we are from and how we got into trading and everything and strategy. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
My story. I'm sticking
Actually,
to
got
it.
a follow-up question for you, Richard, with the FSCA thing, hunting down the traders doesn't concern you, Coach Richard? I'm not sure what that means.
Are you talking about aren't you talking about the FSB? Solomuzi, are you from South Africa? Because then that would be the Financial Services Board. And hunting down traders, I know that if you are from South Africa, they're hunting down crypto traders especially. They're really hard on them.
Oh, really?
Right.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. But it's mostly for tax purposes and all that sort of stuff. But no, it's not illegal. You're allowed to trade cryptos. I won't even, bother about that. But Solomuzi, I'm not worried about anything like that. Remember, what we're doing here is for educational purposes only. We're trading our own accounts here. You do what you want to do. If you want to take a trade that we're taking, that's completely on to you. I'm not telling you to take a trade anyway, or I will never do that either. I'm definitely not a financial advisor. And these shows are for educational purposes only. So those are my disclaimers, and they can try and do whatever they want to. They can't touch me. So I'm definitely not scared of the FSB. By the way, I do have an equities board exam that I passed with the FSB, although I'm not trading equities in South Africa anymore. So, there we go.
Hence the disclaimer at the start of all of our videos.
Right. Right.
You're welcome, Solomuzi. Where are you from again? I know you're from South Africa. Where do you live? I'm in Cape Town. We've had a lot of South Africans recently in the chat. It's pretty cool to see.
Mm-hmm.
They're right there in your backyard.
Right in my backyard. While we're waiting a little bit there, Michael and Tiger, I think for the remainder of the session, we still have the 5K challenge account we're going to be giving away. That's in about 12 minutes from now, right? So then we still want to show Coach Tiger's video. We will probably do that after the prize giving, or let's say around about 7. How long was the video for again? Did you say?
Like 6:45 maybe? 6:45? It's about 10 minutes long.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll give us a few minutes
afterwards.
afterwards.
I'm really trying to look at things here until my eyes are bleeding. Nothing's moving. And I know you got into it right there, Michael. It's going to be one of those things. Unfortunately, I think the sparks are only going to fly during the New York session. So just trying to figure out how we're going to approach the rest of the time that we have remaining. So 10 minutes from now, we'll be giving away that prize, guys. So please do stick around for that. Then maybe we can break down a few more charts. Please, guys, in the chat, if you want anything or any of the markets that we haven't covered here for us to look at, we'll definitely look at that for you. And then we could definitely, switch back to you, Michael, maybe go through your thing, depending on how the questions go.
Yeah, of course.
As you normally do, and then check out that video. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking at all my tiny charts, trying to find some scalpy action. But yeah, like you said, everything's been going sideways. I do have a few alerts. I mean, I could always show a couple that aren't too far away, so I could always show those.
Yeah, let's do that. To me.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said, let's do that, and then we can pass the ball back to me. I can do my markup.
Okay.
It'll probably take us around that time.
Are you from Soweto, Solomuthi? Awesome.
Soweto.
Yeah, Webb, no motion in the ocean today, that's for sure.
Yeah, slow
No
motion.
motion in the ocean.
Slow motion today.
Yeah, just really stretching here, but definitely got to be careful coming down to these smaller time frames. I mean, I was even looking at this. So Bitcoin is actually finally getting close to my 12-hour/2-hour zone. So this is one that is bouncing off of this former resistance point from way back here in late May. It bounced again right here close to this 12-hour zone. It bounced here back on August 2nd, and now it's bouncing off of it yet again. So if I'm to believe that this could potentially be a fourth time for it bounce, well, I should say third time bouncing off of a former resistance line, then I was actually going all the way down to a 15-minute time frame and observing that, again, if we have belief that that's strong enough to make another uptrend like it did 2 other times previous, then maybe just trade a pullback. I mean, it's in a bit of a demand right now, but it's the thing that is going against this. I was really hoping to see price break these high points first before coming back down for a buy, just to show a little bit of strength in this move, but it really was not even strong enough to push it even to the top. So for that reason alone, I'm probably going to ignore that. I think, if price had come up here, I would have definitely been more interested, but it just wasn't strong enough. So I'm just going to skip it. But still keep an eye on it to see if my decision to stay out was right or wrong. At the end of the day, I think somebody asked yesterday, maybe it was on the quiet markets. They asked, how do you know when you fill it in your nuggets, whether something's going to work or not? And I just took that as when you get that gut instinct or that gut feeling, but they put it in a colorful way. Fill it in your nuggies. So I knew exactly what they meant.
Nuggies.
Right. So, yeah, by definition, you could say it's demand, but my gut or the nuggies just says stay the heck away from it, Tiger. It didn't show any strength. It didn't show any volume. Yes, it did touch that double bottom, triple bottom. Again, if we're going way back, 1, 2, 3 other touch points. So I'm not going to just willy-nilly hop in. I want to wait and see price break some highs, maybe form a demand zone in this area, and then come up and break some highs and then return at a later date. I'm not going to do it on a 15-minute time frame when there's no real volume to speak of and no strength coming out of that zone. So yeah, I'm just going to ignore Bitcoin. Besides, I prefer price to come down to that 12-hour zone that I've been showing here and there, 720 minutes. Yeah, this red candle here is the one I'm most interested in. So yeah, nothing's really changed in the last 3 weeks or so on this one. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks. Well, 7 weeks if you count. Well, I guess 6 weeks. So yeah, it's been a month and a half. I've been talking about the same price point. Kind of like when the DAX was flirting with me for a few weeks, right? But anyway, I got that. So I'm just gonna probably wait for that. I mean, again, if you look at it on that higher time frame, then what's underneath this point? Most likely liquidity from all these people that bought in this area. So there's probably liquidity chilling down here in that demand zone anyway. So the best bet is just to ignore anything off of the bounce of that former resistance point. Give me a little bit deeper of a pullback into the demand zone. That's really where my main interest lies. So unless the only thing that would change my mind is if I get price where it's at now, just get price maybe to bust through. Oh, you stupid thing. get price to bust through some of these highs before coming back. And then if we get a demand zone created in the process, so break this area, perhaps even break this area, come back for a buy to the long side. That's more of a longer term idea though. But I'm comfortable enough, guys. If we just get a pullback into that 12-hour, that 2-hour, that's a 2-hour demand in 12 hours. So that's showing some confluence. So that if it just drops straight in, I'm probably just going to go ahead and jump in for a buy. I got no reservations about that option.
Okay.
But yeah, just that's probably the main thing there. So that was Bitcoin. Speaking of the Dow 30, Michael, again, just looking at some smaller time frames. I know you're in that trade, but I did kind of see this zone here. Maybe if we get a pullback, I might join you. Just a little bit of a risk. I mean, there's another one back here that might make a little sense because it's got a little more volume. I put an alert at 44,883, but that zone is really 44,880. Yeah, just like a super quick bounce back. Maybe. I mean, if price can maybe break these couple high points right here, maybe that would make me feel a little bit better about it.
Mm-hmm.
Just break some of these high points here before coming back. That might make a little more sense. So I'm just going to that. I don't like that. Look, yeah, that's probably it. I think I'm going to be picky. It better break a couple of these highs to show some strength before pulling back. So got an alert set there. We'll keep an eye out for that. Again, that's Dow 30. It's more of a neutral. Yeah, all the indices are still kind of neutral right now. The closest index to any type of a bullish or bias score is actually the DAX. It's a 3. Now, Nikkei, of course, does have a 7, but I just mean as far as other indices besides the Nikkei. But yeah, DAX is a 3, Dow is a 2. These are all neutral. NASDAQ is a 0. S&P is actually in the negative, and that's a -1. So really not getting a whole lot of fundamental / sentiment bias at all, bullish or bearish. So it's really just about technicals, all about technicals. But anyway, yeah, that's Dow 30. Yeah, S&P, again, it's given me more so a bearish, if anything, but it's just barely. Again, -1. Longer-term downtrend. What did I put on here? Yeah, definitely like the higher time frame demand, 4-hour demand. Not the greatest volume, so probably a partial risk if I can get price to come down there at some point. As far as the immediate term, scalpy type action, 30, 15, 10, a little bit of a 10-minute demand, I guess you could say. Pretty decent volume on that candle. Not the greatest, but for considering this time of day, not too bad. Early part of the European session, earlier part. Or I guess it's probably about the first what? This is 4 hours in almost to the European session at this point. That's probably getting close to their lunchtime. Their lunchtime doldrums, if you will. So yeah, potentially. Doldrums. And it's obviously the doldrums. That's actually that opening. Well, I should say I guess that candle started 20 minutes before the opening of the European session. I guess there's the European open right there on that candle right there. As always, anytime you guys in the chat see a red background, that's the Asian session without any overlaps. And when you see this yellow, that's the London session. And then just looking, I'm sorry, that's an orange color. And then just looking back at yesterday. So here's London in the orange. Yellow is London US overlap. And then the green is US by itself. So essentially, you got from here to here is London. And then from here to here is New York. So just so that everybody in the chat sees that. And then the middle part is London US overlap. Okay. I just thought I'd point that out anytime you're wondering what the heck these colors are. I like it. I just like it because it makes it easier to find the start of a session. So Yeah, perhaps on an S&P, perhaps I might take a little bit of a stab at that. I don't know. Pretty ugly downtrend overall, but maybe the only consolation would be this high point did kind of break through this high point a little bit, kind of similar to the other ones I showed. If I can get price to kind of break some more of these highs, I'd feel a little bit better about it.
Right.
But S&P is probably the very last one on my index list. Again, since it is giving me minus one score. So, yeah, the problem child, oil. I think you mentioned
quick second.
kind of went. Yeah, you kind of went through a little bit of a analysis on it earlier, but whether you're trading WTI or whether you're trading just U.S. oil, they look pretty well the same. I mean, so oil is still the most bearish asset I have. Let me take one quick look here. Okay, so oil is still the most bearish asset that I've got. It's given me a minus 11. So it's actually gotten just a little bit more bearish in the last handful of hours. So, you know, but from the technical side of things, you know, gold obviously was going down on a daily time frame. But if you look at the 4 hour, same thing, down. So we got lower lows, lower highs. We got a little bit of a higher low here. I don't know. Do we have a higher high yet? So there's a high right now, but do you count this as a high or do you count this as a high? This is where subjectivity kind of gets involved.
On that one.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, getting close. Obviously breaking this high would obviously confirm it a little easier, but, you know, maybe hourly, maybe you're looking at it on a 1 hour time frame. If you're looking at it on a 1 hour time frame, then you can make the short-term argument it's trending up a little bit. So again, it's all subjective to your time frames. But if you're looking at the 1 hour time frame, well, then you'd probably want to go down to the 15 or the 30. And I kind of found this demand zone. It's the one I pointed out earlier when you were talking about oil. Maybe you could make a case for a quick scalp on oil. Just buy it and then sell it, you know, at this top here. Don't even try to take it any higher. Like let your runners run, right? But on something like this, I'd just take that quick, whatever it gives me, just there to the little swing high point.
Grab it and run.
Get out. Yeah, exactly. Get
Right,
your 2 to 1. And,
sorry to interrupt there, but we have to give away that prize. It is that time. It is that time.
Heck yeah.
We're going to be announcing, as promised, about 3 minutes late, but that's not too bad, the winner of our next 5K challenge account. Drum roll, guys. Today goes to Dolamuzi and Timby. Here you go, buddy. You're the winner of today's 5K challenge account. Congratulations from our side. You've completed all the steps necessary. Yeah, well done. Hopefully enjoy your prize. Our support team will be reaching out to you via email. If you haven't done so already, also join our Discord channel. You can ask questions there as well if you have any issues setting that account up. Again, Solomusi, congratulations. You are today's 5K challenge winner. Right, guys, for those that have not won, I believe there might be another prize giveaway during the future session, so make sure you do go follow those steps. Just like Solomusi's done today to win this prize. It is as easy as that. Who knows, you might be the next lucky winner. Again, congrats, Solomusi. Well done.
Good deal.
You are welcome.
Congratulations.
You are welcome.
And by the way, Solomusi, since you did ask the question about sessions, all you got to do on TradingView is just simply click on your indicators tab up here. And then just literally just type in sessions. I mean, it's right at the top. Well, it's not right at the top. It is for me because I have it starred. But you'll specifically want to look for this one by Junior FX Addict. Okay, just like you see on the screen there.
Junior FX
you can always
Addict.
rewind.
What a name.
Yeah. But yeah, rewind the tape if you need to see this again, or take a screenshot or write it down. But yeah, it's a free indicator right there on the TV. So anyway, so that's that. Yeah, moving back on over. So Nikkei is still the most bullish asset I have at the moment. Nothing's changed on this one. Gold is now a 7 now. So Nikkei and gold are tied for at a 7. So I feel like this one's on the smaller time frames trying to roll over. It's at least thinking about it. I mean, downtrend, but we're starting to get that little bit of a curl, a little bit of a cup. And this right here might be your what do you call it? The down thrust or spring. All right, spring. If you're looking at the kind of the Wyckoff cycle, right? Well, it sprung down right into a demand zone, which I wished I would have caught this. This is when I was flapping my lips on the other day, I think last night in quiet markets, and missed it. Or at some point I was flapping my lips, but either way I missed it. So what's it doing since? Well, it's just trying to curl back up, and same thing. If it's curling up and I've got a really bullish signal on this thing, well, I'm going to go down to probably what did I have it on? A 5-minute actually. Yeah, I mean, on a 5-minute time frame, we got this really nice candle with a wick, nice volume before it kind of jumped upwards. So I think I talked about this at the start of this stream. I said, if I have any interest at all, I want to see price break this high. Well, sure enough, it has. So now that I see that it's been strong enough to break this high, and now it looks like it's breaking this high as well. Okay, now it's game on. So at this point, just give me a simple pullback. And then, yeah, this is probably going to be my number one setup for the day. Obviously, I'm going to be careful depending on where it's at whenever the speeches start. If I get this in the next half hour, that would be awesome. But the market doesn't care what I think or what I want. It'll do it on its own damn time, right? So it may just be a thing of, it may jump down in there with all the speeches. I don't know. And then I've got another decision to make. Do I want to get in front of news or do I not? On a small time frame like this, the answer to that is easy. Hell no. If I were trading this on a Friday, maybe,
not on a Friday,
especially on Friday, I'm just more so going to sit back with my bowl of popcorn, 1-minute time frame, sit on my hands, and save all my money. But let's just assume there was no Jackson Hole Symposium today, no lip flapping sessions. This is probably one of my top setups on a smaller time frame. One of my top scalp setups, I should say. Because I really love that spring down into demand yesterday, and everything here I would suspect, if I had to guess, I would suspect is going to continue trying to curl back upwards. Especially since especially since it is such a strong bullish signal. So yeah, the number one setup, Japanese Nikkei. And even going into Monday and Tuesday, or Mondays.
I think Solomon is actually asking you about that zone there, not me, because I haven't shared my screen. Solomon, were you meaning Coach Tiger? If you don't mind me asking, what was the main reason you chose that zone in particular?
Yeah, just trying to find something to scalp, Solomuzi. Again, I've got this shorter term downtrend and a long-term uptrend. So it just feels like, if you're looking at the price action, it just feels like it's trying to, it's coming down. It feels like it's just trying to kind of curl around, right? Just kind of, you got your distribution up here, downtrend. Now you got the accumulation kind of happening here. It's a perfect setup. This is exactly what Wyckoff price action looks like. Lower low, lower high. You kind of get a little bit of this where it starts playing around with, exhaustion selling and then some newer highs. And then at some point you get what's called a spring candle. And then it springs back up, and then the process just keeps rolling around. This is like, I don't know what you guys think. This is the perfect Wyckoff theory diagram right here. And oh,
What's
by
it
the
called?
way, it
The
dropped
lead up
into
to
a.
it? Is it the river or something? Then you get your spring. This is almost like what, accumulation phase, right?
Yeah, you got like, yeah. So this would essentially be. Let me see. I believe this would be the selling climax, what they call the selling climax. You get retracement into like, yeah, I don't know all the lingo, to be honest. I'll have to. That'll be a good diagram to pull
So you
out.
got
Maybe
the
we can go
spring,
through
right?
that.
It definitely looks like a spring that will quick dip
Yeah.
down there. Yeah.
Yeah. So assuming this is everything's looking good. I mean, this is just where you start to get these final moves back up. Start
I
making
guess if
higher
it
highs,
does that,
higher
you
lows.
could also squeeze out an inverted edge shoulders there as well, if it retests and goes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. No, exactly. So that's essentially what I'm going to do. I'm just going to look to try to join this little reversal pattern.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's setup. That's A plus setup for me. Round for Wyckoff price movement. Hell yeah. That's about as beautiful as it gets right there. And again, it's the most bullish item I have. So, then moving on to Swiss Japanese yen, Swiss franc Japanese yen. Yeah, again, just looking at scalpy type action. I'm looking at this demand down here, but let me look. Okay, so hourly, higher highs, higher lows. So by definition, we're trending upward. You got this supply zone on a 4 hour. You got this low point down here, or you could just probably the safest bet would just be to. Let me see here. Yeah, again, it's suggestive as far as curve analysis. The safest spot would be to. Well, I've actually kind of got. I got a daily one on here, I think it is, or maybe it's a weekly. Yeah, weekly. So on a weekly time frame, I got the swing high, swing low. But what does that look like on a 1 hour uptrend? So on, if I again, this is where the subjectivity comes in. Technically, I'm diddling in the middle if I'm looking at the higher time frame curve, right? But coming down to the smaller time frames, it's not like I'm trying to make gigantic moves, just quick ins and quick outs. So I'd be okay taking a buy there, potentially. Wish there would have been some more volume, but it is the opening of the European range as well, kind of like one or two of the other ones we looked at. Might be interested in that. Otherwise, I think I had a 5-minute demand a little further down. That might possibly look okay. But one thing, okay, so here's another good teaching point. So I am not interested in this demand, and the reason is because when it comes to price coming down and curling back up, these candles are way too close to that leg out candle. So the leg in, the one candle, the leg out, that's way too close for my taste. I like to see price coming down and just giving me at least some space like that. There's some space between those. Now that the candles, I don't mind the candles. I just would have preferred to see maybe a couple more basing candles and just not all this ugly, steep movement up and down. If it were red candles straight down, that would be one thing. That'd be better. But you got a whole lot of crap going on here. So it's just not as clean. I don't know if I'm explaining that the right way or not, but that's too ugly for me. It's too undecisive. See, the whole point of basing action is having buyers and sellers agree, having fair value. With that, that's the opposite of what we're getting in this spot right here. That's chaos and havoc. I want to see agreements. We had 5 minutes of agreements since at the 5-minute candle before the move up. So I'm just probably going to ignore that and just stick with this. Yeah, stick with that one down there. It's a little better. Again, that's a 5-minute time frame. Canada yen, 4-hour downtrend. On a 1 hour, I've got an alert. Okay, so high on the curve, 4-hour downtrend, but on a 1 hour, got a supply zone right here. So yeah, that's probably trade option number 2. So if Nikkei's number 1, CAD number 2 for a short. I love about everything about this. Selling in premium, which means selling high on the curve. Selling in the red part of the Hungarian flag. Really strong looking supply zone. Really, decent volume. Not very great, but not bad at all. So I'm okay with the volume. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red candles coming away from the zone. Another odds enhancer is the fact that I do have a VWAP line that I put right here at the last up candle before this down move. And it's cutting right perfectly at the very top of that supply zone. So throw my stop loss above that, maybe a few pips, right? There's a lot to love about this zone. What about my master pattern? I haven't talked about that for a little bit. Let's go to 30-minute. Okay. A little base in action. Anytime I can sell above, that's selling high on the scale. That's selling in premium. So that's a good thing. Sell high, buy low, obviously. It's the opposite. Shorting is just the exact opposite. Just want to sell high on the scale and not low. I want to buy low on the scale, buy low on the curve, buy at a discount, but I want to sell at a premium. Yo.
Solomusi is asking, so if you have a zone that was never mitigated or respected, like the ones that you have now, do you try to find entries on all of them whenever the price retest will come back?
No. So when price is going sideways and there's supply and demand zones like this example here, see how price is just going sideways and chopping up like crazy? That's the chop zone. Is there demand zones in there? Yeah, if you go down to some smaller time frames, because I'm on a 4-hour time frame. Will they work sometimes? Yes. But for the most part, they don't. Because that's where the retail traders are chopping up. So the big banks typically aren't playing around in those zones where you get all this choppy sideways action. They're waiting for zones like this one out here, out of the range. So this is fair value when you look at price action on a higher time frame. That's just fair value. They're fighting, but they're also agreeing. They're not letting price go down. They're not letting price go up. Every time it goes down, they buy it back up. Every time it goes up, they sell it back down. So what happens is the price obviously leaves that box. At some point, it's going to go up or down. Well, what happened the first time? Well, you had this one recent high point. You had sellers that pushed price down to kind of really start that retail chop area. These sellers put their stop loss orders up here, which the opposite of a sell is a buy. So there's buy orders chilling up here. So price goes in. The banks are just going to let them fight it out. Hey, which way do the retail traders want to take price? Now they'll step in. They'll step in at times. Sometimes they'll just let the retail traders fight it out. Okay, so at this point, the buyers won. Well, when the buyers won, they pushed price up above this level where those buy orders are for the stop losses for all the people that sold here. So the big banks like to scoop up those buy orders to fuel their short sell orders so they can short the market. And the same thing, this is where the manipulation starts to happen. You'll hear Michael talk about manipulation a lot too, right? But this is where the manipulation starts to happen. So in the wake
Michael,
of
the
this,
manipulator.
right? It's all Michael. Michael manipulates. So in the case of this liquidity hunt that the big banks did, they leave their footprint because they're pushing price all the way back down to do the same thing under all the people that bought here. All these people that bought here are leaving their stop losses in this area. The opposite of a buy order is a sell order. The big banks need sell orders to fuel their buy orders. So we never know how many times they're going to make contraction legs and make higher highs, lower lows. But when the big banks create this zone right here, that's their footprint. That's the big bank's footprint. So what happens when price drops like crazy? The sellers the supply exceeded the demand. So when supply exceeds demand, or if it's the opposite, if demand exceeds supply, then chances are when price returns, there's going to be some leftover unfilled orders that didn't get processed, that didn't get transacted, especially because price only chilled in that area for a couple bars, 2-3 bars, 2-3 candles. Very little time in the context of the time frame. So yeah, price, chances are, odds are, when price comes back at some point, there's going to be all kinds of unfilled orders in here. There's going to be people that missed out on this big move down, retail traders, but also some institutions. Maybe there were some institutions that were snoozing. They missed out on this move. Big banks and institutions make all the money, but they're not perfect. So they're keeping an eye on this footprint as well. They're going to collect all this liquidity from all these people that shorted this area, push price a little higher, collect those unfilled buy orders to fill their sell orders, take price down.
Mm-hmm.
So I only care just to sum up my answer for your question. I only care about the institutional supply zones or the institutional demand zones. But the point is, they have to be above a choppy area or below the choppy area. Again, if it's a demand zone, kind of like something like this area here, or maybe even here. Actually, let's look at this. So that's 4 hours. If I look at the 1 hour, looks like we had that's probably not the greatest example, but you get the picture. Give me something that's high on the curve or low on the curve if it's demand. So that's what I'm interested in. Price action like that. So I hope that helps. I get pretty long-winded sometimes with my answers, so I do apologize for that.
Talk about what you love, right?
Yeah.
Talk for ages.
Yeah, it's always good. It's just always good, guys and gals in the chat. It's good to refamiliarize with market structure and accumulation, manipulation, and distribution every now and then, because that's truly how the markets work.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah.
Yep. But
yeah. Excuse me for a minute. I'll be back now.
Sure. Yeah. But yeah, just to finish off CAD-JAP, just basically looking for this supply zone. I already got an alert set in there. So that's number 2 option in my book. Whether that'll happen today, well, I mean, it's close. It very well could touch, but yeah, we got another hour and a half before the speech starts. Is that right? Let me double check that. Friday, 7, let's see here, 8 o'clock. Yeah, so we got an hour and a half before member Collins speaks. Yeah, they got a yellow folder for her, so they must not think she's that important. Just give her a yellow, low impact folder, but yeah, that's only an hour before Fed Chair Powell speaks. So 9 a.m. Central Time. That's when the fireworks for sure will start. And then, whoo, buddy, when President Trump speaks 2 hours later, Michael, I may not sleep today. I'm supposed to go to sleep around 9:30, 10 o'clock. That's when I try to get to sleep. But I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like when you try, for some reason, it's difficult to do. Like, my girl's like, take a nap. I'm like, I wish I could just press a button and take a nap, but I can't. Sometimes my brain is just still on overload. I just can't just go to sleep like that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I used to not. I mean, growing up, it seemed like it used to take me 45 minutes to an hour to go to sleep all the time. But as I got older, it got a little easier. But and like, I've got plenty of tiredness to where I could fall asleep pretty much any time. But I don't know how to shut off my brain because I'm constantly thinking about this or that, how I can get better at trading, what can I do better, for the stream or teaching somebody. Like, I don't know. I don't know how to shut my brain off sometimes. It gets mad.
I hear you.
Gets mad.
How it is.
But it's good stuff.
That's how it is.
I love it. And then silver, I think I'm still waiting on this 37.82 level as well. Little bit of a demand there. I like the volume. This is on a 10-minute time frame, so I'm stepping down a little bit. Yeah, this was that silver demand zone bounce I had yesterday during our stream, but you guys remember I took the gold. So because I was in gold, I didn't care to pay attention to its little brother at the time. But as you see, that demand worked perfectly as well, just like the gold did. So that was a perfect bounce upward for a would-be profit.
Oh.
But I'm not complaining because I was enjoying my accidental gold profit. Nevertheless,
Your fat fingering,
yeah. Pound dollar, yeah, neutral. Neutral as neutral gets. Score of a 0. 4 hour down. 1 hour, 15 minute. Let's turn my order block tool back on real quick. I get lazy sometimes.
Man,
I just want my.
I look out my window and I can see the trees. I said the time is going about fast. I look out my window and I can see the trees. That's how. Wow. It's 6:30.
Sorry, guys.
The guys in the chat, if you don't know what they're talking about, these guys are actually pulling some pretty early hours. It's already past 12 here. It's going on to 2 p.m. already. But coaches Michael and Tiger, where they at, they start really, really early. So the birdies are waking up. The sun's coming up. Coach Tiger's just sitting in his penthouse loft there in Kansas City.
Yeah.
So, I got the link already for you, Tiger. I already sent it, so you're good to go.
Good to go.
Yeah, I already got it. I already sent it over.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so they're gonna mash the play button on it.
The back end will be playing that.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, I was gonna say I had it set up over here, but yeah, that's fine. I'll let them handle it. I may mess it up. Mess up.
No worries.
But no, that's totally fine. So yeah, did they say what time? Okay, 20 minutes. Okay.
We're gonna do it 1:45. So.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Okay. Pound dollar. So it does look like it finally chewed through this daily demand. Now I wasn't looking at this daily demand like it was something super strong or anything. Okay, that old fat doji candle. Technically, by definition, is a demand, but no, I guess never mind. I guess the algorithm did paint it. Okay, yeah, it wasn't even strong enough to make a big push through this. That's a lazy zone right there. So I'm not too excited. I guess I'm not that interested. I was gonna say it did chew through it, so no wonder, because it did finally wick through. So. Again, this thing's as neutral gets. I don't know, maybe try to jump on this little downtrend. Okay, so maybe we could be looking at this price point here. The supply here. So that's not a horrible zone there. Pretty good volume coming out of it on these 3 candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles. Not really excited about those last 2, but those first 3 are pretty decent. Yeah, I could see that as being a potential spot to keep an eye on. Just recycle my lines over there. Well, actually, let's just do this. Let's redo it. Come on, mouse, work for me. Sell down there and buy to cover ahead of that demand zone down here. A little bit of a 4, I think. Is that a 4 hour? No, it's a 2 hour. Yeah, so we got a 2 hour demand down here. So yeah, I'm not too worried about this daily candle. I'm just going to delete it. And then look for a pullback. Look at this. We got a perfect downtrending line too. So be looking real nice. Just an extra confluence. Just another little odds enhancer on that downtrending line there. I'm going to delete that old line as well. Yeah, so this is strictly a technical only trade since I've got a 0 on my fundamentals. There's that. Oh yeah, I need an alert on that. Set an alert just ahead of that. I'll just throw this out till like Wednesday. Why not Wednesday? All right. Yeah, nothing really out of New Zealand. Zagnut. Did I tell you guys I found the Zagnut? Look at this.
The what?
It's the Zagnut bar. That's my
right,
nickname for Beetlejuice. Hey, you.
Beetlejuice.
Come here.
That's right.
Oh, you got something for me? There's something to munch? That's what the fly says. It's great. But yeah, he grabs the fly and drops him down into his little home. But that's the best tasting candy bar. Shout out, Chad, if you guys and gals, if any of you have had a Zagnut bar, let me know, because that is my favorite. That is absolutely my favorite candy bar in the world. It used to be Butterfinger. I grew up on Butterfinger in Tennessee. Father would always buy Butterfinger bars. Then I got a little older and I watched Beetlejuice, and then I found a Zagnut bar for the first time. It is way better because it's got peanut butter. It's got it's similar to Butterfinger, meaning it's obviously got peanut butter. It's got corn flakes, but the Zagnut also has toasted coconut inside, which I think just sets it off, melts in your mouth. It is the tastiest thing I've ever had. But it's the Zagnut bar. So there you go. There's your useless fact of the day. Okay.
The Zagnut.
All right.
Thanks for that.
Zagnut, yes. Yeah, because I nicknamed, silver Zag, XAG, right? XAG USD. So it's just the Zag, the Zagnut. But anyway. Yeah, I think I'm pretty well through all of my stuff. Do you guys have anything? I don't really have anything else. I'm just really pressing on some of these, but today is not the day to be pressing when we have speeches coming out in an hour and a half. So,
no, agreed.
Yeah,
agreed.
Got video in 13 minutes.
We don't have Zagnut in South Africa, that's for sure.
Yeah,
well, I suppose we have something similar, just called something else, right? Something different.
Probably, yeah. Have you had them, Michael?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It got that toasted. I didn't even know that's what it was. I just know it had this very distinctive type of chocolatey taste, roasted nut or whatever. What did you say it was?
Roasted coconut. Yeah.
Yeah, roasted coconut.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, they're hard to find. The only place I've found them here in Kansas City has been at Bass Pro Shop. Just a random in their, checkout aisle where they have candy bars. Like they're like the only place for whatever reason.
That's
so
weird.
I need to protest. I want to protest that they bring back, what is that, Mars and Murray, I think, that owns that company. Bring back the Zagnut. I'm going to stand on the side of the corner this weekend with a sign. Bring back the Zagnut. Everybody else is out there doing their own little thing. I'm gonna protest the lack of Zagnut bars. See if I can get some stuff stirred up.
We'll definitely
make Zagnut great again.
For sure. No, you said the Butterfinger. Butterfingers got popular because of Bart Simpson, I feel like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, they did a good job of marketing that. No, I used to. Well, back when I was younger, I had a little bit of tooth issues in the back of my teeth with some wisdom teeth. So I went probably a couple of years to where I couldn't eat them at all because they just kept getting stuck.
Yeah.
It'd be painful.
Yeah. That's the only thing about those.
Yeah. So I finally got those wisdom teeth pulled and got all sewed up. And that was the first thing I did. Went straight back to find me a Butterfinger, something I hadn't been able to eat in like 2-3 years at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's some of that candy that just does that, right? Like just gets stuck all in your teeth. What's another one? A fruit roll up. I don't know if y'all know about that. A fruit roll up kind of does the same thing a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah. Fruit rolls get kind of stuck in your teeth. I love it, but man, I don't know. It's kind of like as much as I like, let's say, crab legs. I love the taste of it, but I don't want to have to do all that work just to eat some damn crab legs. Like,
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That's
Yeah, that is a
work.
lot of work. So funny story. I
Yeah,
had gotten a
for
partial.
not a lot of meat sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually got a what do you call it? A root canal done a couple of years ago,
Ooh,
and they put one of those.
gosh.
They had to put a partial porcelain, I guess, cap on. Well, there wasn't
Right.
much tooth left to begin with. By the time they hollowed it out and stuffed it with whatever they stuff it with,
Right.
and for whatever stupid reason, the day after I got that put in, I was eating just little caramel pieces, Bronx caramel pieces. Bit down on it without thinking, lifted up, opened my mouth, and it completely popped off that cap. So I had to turn around and take the cap back to the dentist and have them re-glue it in.
No,
Just
it's
because it
interesting.
wasn't 100%, it wasn't dry enough yet to be strong enough for me to pry my mouth after biting down into that caramel chunk. So yeah, needless to say, I still stay away from sticky candies like that. I'll still eat a Butterfinger. I'll just eat it on the opposite side of my mouth.
Yeah.
Just so as not to. It might be strong enough now, but yeah, I wasn't left with much tooth when they had to hollow it out to, do the root canal. So not a whole lot. It's either take care of that or have to actually go get one of those partial teeth, and I don't want to do that because then I would be old.
So you want to be seasoned, you be old then, huh?
Right. I refuse. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Right. Hilarious.
Dollar Swiss might be option number 3 after the markets reopen Sunday, Monday. It is kind of curling over. But, yeah, at this point, I just want to see a little bit of a pullback into that supply area. See up here? That's probably option 2 because this is more I can't remember if that was a 4 hour. No, that was a 1 hour or a 30 minute. 30 minute looks like. Yep, still this 30-minute zone high in the curve. I like that it's high in the curve. Okay, from this point, high point to this low point. Just kind of looking at it as a little bit of a overall sideways trend, I guess you could say. But, I mean, that's the main chop zone I want to avoid right there for the most part.
Sure.
Stay the hell out of this. So, again, that's what I would perceive to be more of the institutional zone up here that I'd be interested in. This is, by definition, a demand zone right here, but it's in the chop zone. So what happens when price comes back? It just blows right through it when there's, like it was never there. So that's another example. Just to, I can't remember who asked the question earlier, Solomuzzi, or I believe it was. Yeah, I don't take just every single supply and demand zone. That's why. This is retail. This is nonsense. Higher time frame nonsense. When in doubt, zoom out. And my algorithm tells me that it's a chop zone. That's why it puts the contraction box around it. Again, on the 4 hour time frame. Hell, even the daily time frame. Look at that. Again, master pattern is just like supply and demand zones. The higher the time frame, the more accurate. So that's what somebody asked. Did we self-taught? Right? We all gave our. Yeah. We gave our stories earlier about were we self-taught or did we have mentors, all that. This, I would have to say, is the one thing that I have taken upon myself outside of everything I've learned is figuring out how to combine supply and demand with the master pattern. So with the actionable part of Wyckoff theory, contraction, expansion, trend. So that's my personal algorithm. I don't know. Maybe other people do it. I've yet to run across anybody that does it. But master pattern, I've really only been studying it for a couple of years. And let me tell you, it's made a world of difference. Between adding the fundamental analysis, the sentiment analysis, and then adding the master pattern, man, that's I was a wreck probably 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
until I kind of lucked out and stumbled upon these couple of different things to add to my supply and demand, theory and practice. So, but yeah, it takes time to figure that out. It took me X amount of years. So hopefully some of you guys watching can take bits and parts of what we all do and make it yours. One of the guys said that earlier. Find a process, find a strategy, and figure out how to make it tick. Figure out how it makes you tick. Make it your own. That's just how I've made it mine. I took supply and demand, added master pattern, and just combined the two, and I freaking love it. I freaking love it.
Good stuff.
Right. No, it's paramount. Find what works out for you, stick to it, refine that strategy, and it takes a while. I don't know if you guys know this person, but he's pretty popular. He's like an actor, comedian. He's on that show Wildin' Out. His name's DC Young Fly, and I saw him post something yesterday on Instagram, and he said, he's like, yeah, everybody keep asking me why I'm still trading. He's like, yeah, I'm still trading. And then he said, I just now got good at it, like, last month. And I've been trying for like 5 years. He's like, y'all laughing, but it takes a long time to get this right, to really understand what's going on. Like, he hit it right on the head. It takes a long time to really get it, to really understand. And this is someone who, I would say people kind of listen to a bit, because he didn't drop any jewels or knowledge or anything outside of that. But it was like, wow, DC Young Fly trades, and it's just cool for him to even say it takes a long time. And they thought he was joking when he said, I just got good at it.
About it. I mean,
he's telling the truth. It takes a long time to really get it.
I feel like
right. So
gotta put in there. You pay the school fees, right? Put in the work.
You have to.
Yeah.
He mentioned that too. You got to put in the work. You got to put in the work. That's that chart time, right? Like,
I think it's something that you mentioned the other day as well. It's a skill, right? And to get good at a skill, you need to put in the work. It's like a profession, really.
Yeah.
You need to you can't like become a doctor or a surgeon overnight. You got to put in the work. You got to study.
Yeah.
I mean,
you don't just arrive.
Don't listen to those gurus online that you call them, right? I'll give you one course. You're going to make millions in a very short period of time.
Millions.
That never works.
And you're going to do it quickly.
Someone's going to make millions, all right. It's not going to be you.
Right. I always compare it. I mean, I think I might have said it on stream before for everybody in the chat. I kind of look at like me personally anyway. I look at the study and the learning of trading just like somebody out of high school going into a doctorate program. They have to go through obviously all the schooling and all the residencies and all the this, all that. Takes, I don't know, 6, 8, 10 years, whatever it takes to become a doctor, right? A fully fledged doctor. But they're still learning some of the basics up front, but it takes a long time before they're going to be, taking off those training wheels and actually operating on somebody solo or without all the supervision. So while we don't always have that supervision, but it's really the same kind of a path for trading. It takes a while to get good at everything, but thankfully we'll be here to supervise and help, right? You're not out doing it on your own, and we're answering all your questions that you're bringing in. So, but yeah, on that note, looks like we are pretty well close to the video that we're going to show. So, so if you guys,
your idea, you're going to show us the video. Very cool.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think they got it in the back end. Is that right? Yeah. Back end.
Yeah, that's right.
But no, anyway. Yeah, so they're going to play a video.
Our viewers, yeah,
they're going to play a video. It's just a little bit of inspiration I thought would be good for everybody. It's a Friday. It's obviously a slower day. Not a lot of action. We're trying to be careful today because of Jackson Hole. So I just thought it would be cool to throw a quick little 10-minute video out.
Earl Nightingale is this
Yeah.
guy. He was really big in the 50s, the 60s, kind of a self-help guru, if you will, but he always did a lot of teachings on people skills, life skills, mindset, team building, that
He actually
kind of thing.
he created the first audiobook too, like learning through listening. He created the entire process of this.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
That I didn't
Yeah.
know.
No, but he's
First person
But he's
to
always
ever
been one
put
of
his
my-
voice and teach on a cassette. First person ever, Earl
Yeah,
Nightingale.
okay. Yeah. But yeah, he's one of my favorites. Probably top. No, he's probably my favorite. He's so soothing to listen to, and the dude has a really good message. So let's take a listen to this and see what you guys and gals think on the other side.
Strangest secret in the world. Some years ago, Albert Schweitzer, the great doctor and Nobel Prize winner, was being interviewed in London, and a reporter asked him, "Doctor, what's wrong with men today?" The great doctor was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Men don't think. And it's about this that I want to talk with you. We live today in a golden age. This is an era that man has looked forward to, dreamed of, and worked toward for thousands of years. But since it's here, we pretty well take it for granted. Ours is a land of abundant opportunity for everyone. But you know what happens? Let's take 100 men who all start even at the age of 25. If you asked any one of them if he wanted to be a success, he'd tell you that he did. And you'd notice that he was eager toward life. There was a certain sparkle to his eye, an erectness to his carriage, and life seemed like a pretty interesting adventure to him. But by the time these 100 men reach the age of 65, only 5 will have made the grade. Only 5 are successful. When we say only 5% achieve success, we have to define success, and here's the definition. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. If a man is working toward a predetermined goal and knows where he's going, that man is a success. If he's not doing that, he's a failure. Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. Rollo May, the distinguished psychiatrist, wrote a wonderful book called Man's Search for Himself. And in this book he says, the opposite of courage in our society is not cowardice, it's conformity. A survey was made one time that covered a lot of men, working men, and these men were asked, why do you work? Why do you get up in the morning? 19 out of 20 had no idea. They simply said, everyone goes to work in the morning, and that's the reason they do it, because everyone else is doing it. And there you have the trouble today. It's conformity. People acting like everyone else without knowing why, without knowing where they're going. Now, we learn to read by the time we're 7. We learn to make a living by the time we're 25. Usually, by that time, we're not only earning a living, we're supporting a family. And yet, by the time they're 65, the great majority hasn't learned how to become financially independent in the richest land that has ever been known. Why? They conform. They're acting like the wrong percentage group, the 95% who don't succeed. Why do these people conform? Well, let's get back to our definition of success. Who succeeds? The only man who succeeds is the man who is progressively realizing a worthy ideal. He's the man who says, I'm going to become this, and then begins to work toward that goal. He succeeds because he knows where he's going. Think of a ship leaving a harbor, and think of it with a complete voyage all mapped out and planned. The captain and crew know exactly where the ship is going and how long it will take. It has a definite goal, and it will reach that goal. Now let's take another ship, just like the first, only let's not put a crew on it, or a captain at the helm. Let's give it no aiming point, no goal, no destination. We just start the engines and let it go. I think you'll agree with me that if it gets out of the harbor at all, it will wind up on some deserted beach, a derelict. It can't go anyplace because it has no destination and no guidance. And it's the same with a human being. I'll tell you who the successful people are. A success is the school teacher who's teaching school because that's what he or she wanted to do. The success is the woman who's a wife and mother because she wanted to become a wife and mother and is doing a great job of it. The success is the man who runs the corner gas station because that's what he wants to do. The success is the successful salesman who wants to become a top-notch salesman and grow and build with his organization. A success is anyone who is doing deliberately a predetermined job because that's what he decided to do deliberately. But only 1 out of 20 does that. That's why today there really isn't any competition unless we make it for ourselves. Instead of competing, all we have to do is create. For 20 years, I looked for the key which would determine what would happen to a human being. Was there a key, I wanted to know, which would make the future a promise that we could foretell to a large extent? Was there a key that could guarantee a person's becoming successful if he only knew about it and knew how to use it? Well, there is such a key, and I've found it. Here's the key to success and the key to failure. We become what we think about. Now let me say that again. We become what we think about. Throughout all history, the great wise men and teachers, philosophers and prophets have disagreed with one another on many different things. It's only on this one point that they're in complete and unanimous agreement. Buddha said, all we are is what we've thought about. Marcus Aurelius said, a man's life is what his thoughts make of it. Disraeli said, everything comes if a man will only wait. I've brought myself by long meditation to the conviction that a human being with a settled purpose must accomplish it, and that nothing can resist a will that will stake even existence for its fulfillment. Ralph Waldo Emerson said this, a man is what he thinks about all day long. William James said, the greatest discovery of my generation is that human beings can alter their lives by altering their attitudes of mind. And George Bernard Shaw said, people are always blaming their circumstances for what they are. I don't believe in circumstances. The people who get on in this world are the people who get up and look for the circumstances they want, and if they can't find them, make them. Well, it's pretty apparent, isn't it? We become what we think about. It stands to reason that a person who's thinking about a definite and worthwhile goal is going to reach it, because that's what he's thinking about, and we become what we think about. Conversely, the man who has no goal, who doesn't know where he's going, and whose thoughts must therefore be thoughts of confusion and anxiety and fear and worry, becomes what he thinks about. His life becomes one of frustration, fear, anxiety, and worry. And if he thinks about nothing, he becomes nothing. You see, the human mind is the last great unexplored continent on Earth. It contains riches beyond our wildest dreams. It will return anything we plant in it. Now, you might say, but if that's true, why don't people use their minds more? Why don't they till their fertile mental soil? We have the answer to that, too. Our mind comes as standard equipment at birth. It's free, and things that are given to us for nothing, we place little value upon. Things that we pay money for, we value. The paradox is that exactly the reverse is true. Everything that's really worthwhile in life came to us free. Our minds, our souls, our bodies, our hopes, our dreams, our ambitions, our intelligence, our love of our families and children and friends. All these priceless possessions are free. But the things that cost us money are actually very cheap and can be replaced at any time. A good man can be completely wiped out and make another fortune. He can do that several times. Even if our homes burn down, we can rebuild them. But the things we got for nothing, the really valuable possessions, we can never replace. The human mind isn't used merely because we take it for granted. It can do any kind of a job we assign to it, but generally speaking, we use it for little jobs instead of big, important ones. Universities tell us that most of us are operating on about 10% of our abilities. Decide now, what is it you want? Plant your goal in your mind. Give yourself direction and a destination. It's the most important decision you'll ever make in your life. You see, the very law that gives us success is a two-edged sword. We must control our thinking. The same rule that can lead a man to a life of success, wealth, happiness, and all the things he's dreamed of for himself and his family, that very same law can lead him into the gutter. It's all in how he uses it, for good or bad. This is the strangest secret in the world. Remember these words from the Sermon on the Mount, and remember them well. Keep them constantly before you. Ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For every one that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. It's as marvelous and as simple as that. In fact, it's so simple that in our seemingly complicated world, it's difficult for an adult to understand that all he needs is a purpose and faith. Above all, don't worry. Worry brings fear, and fear is crippling. The only thing that can cause you to worry is trying to do it all yourself. Know that all you have to do is hold your goal before you. Everything else will take care of itself. Remember also to keep calm and cheerful. Don't let petty things annoy you and get you off course. Prosperity is founded upon a law of mutual exchange. Any person who contributes to prosperity must prosper in turn himself. Sometimes the return will not come from those you serve, but it must come to you from someplace, for that's the law. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. There are no exceptions to a law. You can drive down any street in America, and from your car estimate the service that's being rendered by the people living on that street. Had you ever thought of this yardstick before? It's interesting. Once this law is fully understood, any thinking person can tell his own fortune. If he wants more, he must be of more service to those from whom he receives his return. If he wants less, he has only to reduce this service. This is the price you must pay for what you want. If you believe you can enrich yourself by deluding others, you can end only by deluding yourself. It may take some time, but just as surely as you breathe, you'll get back what you put out. The prisons and the streets where the lonely walk are filled with people who tried to make new laws just for themselves. We may sometimes avoid the laws of men, but there are greater laws that can't be broken. One time I heard Grove Patterson, the editor-in-chief of the Toledo Daily Blade, make a speech. And as he concluded his speech, he said something that I've never forgotten. He said, "My years in the newspaper business have convinced me of several things. Among them, that people are basically good, and that we came from someplace, and we're going someplace. So we should make our time here an exciting adventure. The architect of the universe didn't build a stairway leading nowhere." And the greatest teacher of all, the carpenter from the plains of Galilee, gave us the secret time and time again. As ye believe, so shall it be done unto you.
Yeah, man.
That's it. That's it.
That is very, very, very similar to the law of attraction type of stuff.
The secret.
What you believe and want to attract, visualization. Reminds me very a lot. There's this guy you should, what's his name again? Neville Goddard, I think it was. But he was an author back in the 1940s.
I love it.
There's quite a few books on the law of attraction. Very, very easy, quick books, reads, very similar to this. Yeah, 100% agree. You know, you kind of, how can you say, you attract what you feel like in your head, right? And if you want to be in the rat race the whole time, you're scared of not doing anything, you know, outside of what is considered to be the norm. You know, if you're down, depressed, all that sort of stuff, you're just going to keep on attracting crap in your life, really, to put it bluntly. And it comes to, you can apply this to anything. Your trading, your anything. So very, very cool video. I really enjoy that. Show that to my children.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. If I ever am like feeling down or I'm in a bad streak or something in life is just attacking me, right? I got that video on speed dial, so to speak, and I'll just pull it out because it's just a freaking great reminder about everything in life. So what do you guys in the chat think about that? Webb says amazing. What else we got here? What am I looking at? Yeah, amazing. Yeah, it really is. Fire. Okay.
That's very good.
Good stuff. It's just a good reminder. I thought I'd send y'all off here in a little bit when we cut out for the day. So Webb, you can just simply type in on YouTube, just type in the strangest secret in the world. Actually, we could probably just copy that link for you. Yeah. I guess we can't do that, can we? Back end, if you happen to have it, you might just toss that in to the YouTube chat for everybody to take a look at and save. But yeah, I highly encourage you to save that link, save that YouTube video. But amazing. That's what we talked about, living in the richest land, in the world. I mean, obviously he shows the U.S. there, but that's the one thing with trading. It's really the great equalizer, and it doesn't really matter where you live, right? You don't have to live here in the U.S. Trading, it doesn't. The market doesn't care if you're a millionaire. It doesn't care if you're, a panhandler on the side of the road collecting money, right? It's going to give you what you put into it. So that was really kind of one of the messages I wanted to get across from that video was that, I'm by no means anywhere close to where I'm going to be as a trader. And if you're not, then just know you're in this, we're all in this together. But yeah, as long as you put into it what you want to get out of it, yeah, you guys will be doing all right. Stick with us. We'll help you eliminate the bad habits and hopefully shorten your learning curve. So that was the whole thing. Just throw a little positive motivation at you guys in the chat, guys and gals. So
yeah, thanks for that, Ty.
Yeah,
that was really, really cool. Really good. Shows you the wisdom that old boys had back in the days as well, right? Still not really
Oh my
have
gosh.
those kind of talks anymore.
You don't have those. You don't have those types of voices anymore. You could tell the ones that maybe smoked a lot or probably drank a lot, but still had a good message. The gravelly voice. Probably had a pipe as well. I do know that he was a smoker because that's how he ended up passing away, was from, I think, emphysema or something. Everybody back then, right? In the 50s, 60s. It was everybody.
Yeah.
But
you could even smoke in the planes back then. I remember that even. I'm that old.
Smoking the what?
Smoking on planes.
What'd you call it? Oh, on planes, yeah.
You could even smoke on planes back in the days.
Yeah. I remember seeing that in some old movies. You know, before 9/11 happened, I drove to Tennessee from Kansas, and I got, I don't know, a couple miles from my sister's house. She lived outside of Clarksville, Tennessee, not too far from Nashville. And I got like within a mile or two of her house, and my water pump blew. I ended up outlasting my car. I stopped one time for I think a P brake, a gas brake, and that was it. I basically overheated my car. So I got there, my water pump blew. I didn't have the money on me to replace it at the time. My mother had also driven there. We were going there for a visit. I just was taking my own car. Well, anyway, on the way home, I had to ride with my mother and my whole family. So me and my friend at the time, we were squished in pretty hard. And so I had to fly back out a month later with the water pump. So I bought the water pump at AutoZone. So I had the water pump with me on my person in my, carry-on luggage. Well, that's just goes to show you the times, because now they'd probably take me and strip search me and throw handcuffs
you got some sort of device.
What the hell is this, Tiger?
Yeah. So it was just interesting times back then. Yeah, but they didn't say anything, didn't think anything of it. We didn't think anything of it, just because you could take on whatever. So anyway, I thought that was quite interesting.
Pretty cool.
No, seriously.
It's
awesome.
Sorry, I was asking one question there before we go on. Are you coaches trading the news? No, I'm not trading the news whatsoever, especially today, also being a Friday.
No.
Just too volatile, lots too much money trading the news, me personally. If I in a position, let's say that's really like doing really well, it's in the green, I might consider staying through a news event. But I just, it's not worth it. I know some people try trading the news events, like going to the casino and gambling, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, I
you guys can see
definitely
$5. I'm gonna go ahead and close this trade out. I'm gonna deal with this.
$5. That wasn't like last week or the week before, where I think I got $1 and you had $6 or something. It was a similar sort of situation where we just had to get out. It's like,
No,
I had a $3.
Tiger was saying it's my $5, right?
Well, I had a $3.38 winner a couple days ago. So I'm still beating you on the futility.
Yeah.
No. So I'm going to just give a word of advice here, right? And I said this plenty of times before. Who asked are we trading the news? Who asked it?
Solomusi.
Oh, okay.
Solomusi. Oh, yes.
So one of the rules of thumbs is, I think I've said this before, but the number one way that traders blow their account is trying to trade the news, right? So we're talking about majority of traders blow their account by trying to trade the news. So you can avoid that by not trading the news, right? And I just want to kind of, I guess I'll spend a few moments here kind of going over this, because Tigers, you and I have a lot of similarities on a lot of topics, which I think is cool. We come from two totally different places, right, of the world. age brackets,
Yeah.
and all of that stuff, right? Similarities are there, and it's always interesting to say, right?
Yeah.
Like even for you to have an ex-wife who's Mexican, like I think that's funny. At all, there's something about that that's funny, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, but coming down to it, right, is the news, right? Like data is a real thing. Like that's why Facebook is huge. You know, a lot of Google is huge because they have the data to be able to kind of predict certain things, right? It's not future telling. It is a good enough information to be able to make an informed decision, right? So when it comes down to data, just knowing that, hey, a lot of traders lose their money and blow their accounts trying to trade news, whether that's you doing it or not, that's great information to know. That should be a key indicator to say, hey, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't trade the news. Right? We kind of went through that filter the other day. That's the top of the filter. Don't trade the news.
Yeah.
The very first list.
That's the very first.
On my
sorry, Michael, keep going. I want to add something to that as well that a lot of traders don't think about.
Okay, don't forget. Don't forget. I'm gonna go into one thing about Earl Nightingale, and I'll give it to you before we go. But yeah, that's some great information. Is to not trade the news, right? And just knowing that piece of information, you can use that like to your benefit. The very first check down on my checklist is, did you check the news? Like that's at the very top. Like, did you check the news? And if I haven't, I want to avoid that red folder news. Like today, right? Like, yeah, I had that mistake. I think 2-3 weeks ago with AUD CAD when I swung that trade. It kind of messed me up, but that's something that I know. I should have known not to. Yeah, it still happens randomly, right? So, but just knowing that information, right, is good to know. And then just to kind of wrap it up with the Earl Nightingale, which again, Tiger, I listen to that all the time. I got the longer version, or listen to the longer, it's like 30 minutes. So it goes a little bit deeper than that. I think they left out some good stuff. But yeah,
I'll have to rewatch the full version. Yeah, I'll have to rewatch. I watched it one time like 10 years ago, and yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
I watched.
But he talks about it.
I watched that.
One of the things that he says, kind of like verbatim. I think I went through that Napoleon Hill quote that one day. You guys thought I was reading it, and I was like, no, I have that memorized. I heard it that many times. But similar to this exact thing is that Earl Nightingale, and that same thing, he mentioned how whatever the great majority of people are doing, if you were to do the exact opposite, there's a great chance that you will never make another mistake in your entire life, right? So this is kind of like the COT reports. If majority of people are long, you probably don't want to be long.
The retail sentiment report for sure. Yeah, retail sentiment. Yeah.
Right. And it's just small things like that kind of plays out into everyday life. I remember I was at an airport one time. It was like late, and I'm like, I feel like we're running late. But we get to the airport, the line is out of the airport. I'm like, no, I hate when this happens. And I'm like, you know what? I just heard Earl Nightingale in my mind. If everyone is doing this, this probably isn't the right thing to do. And what happens? Yeah. I said, hold the bags real quick. I'll be right back. And I go inside. What do I see? This line is to go to the front desk. Everyone is totally missing the kiosk machines. So what do?
Yeah.
I go to the kiosk.
The self-check-in.
Get our ticket, and boom, we're right out of it, right?
Yeah.
And that's just how it goes. That is
because
Earl Nightingale.
Yeah, just like the video said, people give into conformity. That's just silly, one silly little thing. But you didn't conform to waiting in line. I mean, I do the exact same thing here in Kansas City when I'm
the herding effect, right? Everyone wants to follow each other, right? And that's a big problem in our new age and world as well. So where you put all of these celebrities or supposedly popular people on a pedestal, and everyone wants to be like that, and you don't want to be anything different because then you're not going to be cool. you, you know, and it's just becoming more and more and more like that. You know, so trying to, you know, block that from happening with my kids and stuff. You know, it's different. It's difficult. Back in the days, it wasn't like that. You know, it was like almost sort of like everyone for themselves. You know, thing you really have to fight for yourself in that. But now everyone's just like fast streaming. One thing's very easy, quick and easy. You know, you want everything on a plate for you, and everyone follows each other. And it's like you almost become dumb. You can't think for yourself.
Yeah, you do.
You're not thinking for yourself.
And I'm gonna give another really quick example, right? The same thing. Like I remember pulling up to a bank one day, and this is a typical thing for me, guys. I just want to like say that this is a typical thing. I pull up to the bank and I see there's 2 ATM machines. One has a super long line. The other one, there's no line. Like there's nothing. And I pull up and I'm like, I think of Earl Nightingale. I say, this cannot be right. That's the first thing I say to myself. I go up to the ATM machine. What do? It works perfectly fine. I pull my money out and everything. And at the very end, I turn around and I say, you guys know this machine works, right? The other person, they jump out of line and say, I saw everyone else standing here and I thought that machine didn't work. Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
It happens a lot with the parking thing as well. The parking tickets, when you have to pay that coming out of a mall or something.
Yeah, my super quick example is there's always a line going from one of our highways onto another major highway, and there's people that will get in that far right turning lane. I've calculated it. They'll get in that lane 2 to 2.5 miles back and just be going like half the speed. So meanwhile, I'm like, I ain't conforming to that. I rush all the way to the front and I cut in at the very last second. Because otherwise, if you get in that line, it's going to be an extra couple minutes. I ain't conforming to that. I'm going to go and make my own way. Yeah. Kind of a silly way, but that's
all the time.
Example.
All the time.
And people that
people
riding with you.
Good stuff.
Yeah. No, that was good stuff.
Yeah, I guess you could probably work this in with trading as well, trying not to, do what everyone else is doing. Because what everyone else is doing is obviously not working. That's why I'm also thinking like what we got on here and the other coaches, like viewers keep on watching. You might like this guy's style more than the other, or maybe you like all of our different styles and take little pieces like we have done personally during our trading career, and take those things that suit your personality. We had a lot of questions the other day about why do you trade on that time frame, not a smaller time frame, and might get more trades, stuff like that. Because it doesn't suit your personality. So it's a very personal thing as well. Don't try to be like everyone else when it comes to trading, because clearly it doesn't work. So try to be unique. It's fine learning from others, but also take everything with a pinch of salt. You have to go and test those things yourself in real market conditions. Do the chart time, do the work, and make it your own. Don't do what everyone else is doing. Pretty much what I would like to say to end off today's session. But that was a really, really cool video. You can do that again. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, guys, we've got market pulse coming up in about 15 minutes time. We're going to be ending here in a few seconds. To all our viewers, thanks so much for attending. We've got a lot of regulars popping in every single day. That's really cool to see. Keep on doing that. Tell your aunties, your cousins, your family, whoever, your friends to please come and join us during these sessions.
And the dog and the cat.
Even the dog and the cat, force them to watch. We really appreciate it. We're doing this for you. We're trying to build this channel, so please like and subscribe as well. And guys, we've reached the end of the session. Thanks so much for joining. And from my side, be careful with the speeches that's coming up. And do yourself a favor and go watch the other coaches in about 15 minutes from now, taking us into the New York session. From my side, peace. Have a fantastic, great weekend. And I'll see you back on Monday.
Guys.
Cheers, Michael.
Have a great weekend.
Bye-bye.
Cheers,
Adios.
guys.
Bye.
Adios.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.